So you can DDoS it. So, good. I'm glad somebody is pointing that out, because if I just say that, you won't care. But if somebody DDoSs it, this is kind of making me sound like I'm the one who's DDoSing it. I wish. But anyway, you can still zap us, silly. Ooh, you zapped me. Ooh, that stings. Ooh, it feels kind of funny. Yeah, you can still zap us on Nostr, because Nostr is decentralized, more or less. And if you're not quite as homoerotic as that, you can go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. Give us some Monero there. Oh yeah, if you're following this show on YouTube, you should know that last week's show was censored for medical misinformation. That's right, folks. They don't care that I say nigger every week. They don't care that I call for violence every week. They care about censoring natural medical treatments that aren't patented by Big Pharma. Makes you wonder, is that truly how they want it to be, or does their system merely not work very well? When you think about it, YouTube is owned by Google, which is owned by Alphabet, and you may not know this, but Alphabet is in the pharmaceutical industry, folks. So YouTube pretty much is Big Pharma these days, believe it or not. Anyway, if you're listening on YouTube, I'm glad to have you here, but you shouldn't do that. You should check us out on zap.stream, which is being DDoS. So actually you can't. You can check us out on Library, Odyssey, Rumble, something like that. And there's another example of a Library is decentralized, but Odyssey is a centralized front end for Library. So maybe we should DDoS Odyssey as well. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. You can install SimpleX on Android, or there's a desktop client. Later on, when I start taking call-ins, maybe like an hour from now or something, I don't know. I don't have a guest or anything. I'll take call-ins early today. I'm also going to check the PAZNIA Radio Network chat and read what you said and answer you live. Please do get your ass into the chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. We got another underprepared show for you today that, I don't have a guest or anything, so I can take a really long time going blah, 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 and I can end early if I want to. So go fuck yourself. Today, the down-to-earth tip is going to be all about digital network privacy for reals, because I feel like one time I was like, yeah, I said I was going to do digital network privacy today, blah, blah, and it was kind of like a fuck you down-to-earth tip where I didn't really do it right. So today I'm going to do it right. I'm going to fix that. And I guess I'll answer for the building the second realm stuff. I'll answer Sama's latest letter. I'll answer some other fan mail. I'm just going to make up some shit. There's a bunch of stuff. We've been talking about mesh networking and stuff, both in the PAZNIA fucking anti-national security agency chat and also privately with colleagues of mine. So whatever, I'm just going to use that free content and act like I had something for you. That's the show that you have to look forward for today. At around 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific, go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to speak out loud or send Morse code or whatever. If you're too shy for that, get your ass on PAZNIA Radio Network chat, PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. Here's news for this week. In Mother Earth threats, there were a few earthquakes hitting eastern Afghanistan this week, killing thousands. Not sure what to tell you about that. If you died, I'm sorry. I guess if you're hanging out around there, you should have run for high ground or something. You shouldn't wait for a weekly show to get your warning. So, but yeah, you should be aware that of the threats from Mother Nature that tend to happen more where you live, and you should think ahead about how to deal with shit like that. The book Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen is very good to get you thinking along those lines. For those of you who believe in reincarnation, the people who died can check out that book. In PsyOps news, so last week I made my own conspiracy theory from scratch. I'm sure I'm not the only one though, because it's kind of ridiculous that there were like 6 different Indian guys making big car accidents in the news, and like half of their names were all like alike, which made it look like really fake. Well, anyway, this week there's a Bangladeshi guy, New South Wales, Australia, Bangladeshi guy. They say caused a car crash, killed a couple people, and then right after that, they are trying to push this sort of race war psyop in Australia, like they're doing in England. Like they're trying to kick up race riots and stuff. So it feels like really like a fake top-down thing where they're really trying hard to get you guys to split up over whether you're racist or not, and like whether you're scared of ignorance or you want to be cucked by immigrants. You know, you got to pick one. You have to either be a racist or you have to be a cuck. You have to pick one. Small time thugs news. There's a ding dong ditch trend. The reason that there's an epidemic of evil white people shooting little boys just for being black and playing ding dong ditch, or nigger knocking, as we used to call it back in the day. What's another word for that? Ding dong ditch, nigger knocking. There's a third one. Oh yeah, Nicky nine door, something like that. Anyway, yeah, there's a thing where young criminals in the making are playing ding dong ditch as a way to check if people are there in the house, and if no one's there, they break in, like so they can steal something or whatever. And it's pretty cunning when you think about it. It's kind of crazy no one tried this before, but like, because now if it turns out like if they get caught, they can say, oh, we were just playing ding dong ditch, it was just a prank, and then it makes it like it's no longer a felony. So it's actually really cunning. So yeah, watch out for that. Just don't answer the door, and then like once they break in, then you can like shoot them in the front part of their body. Then it'll look like defense. If you go chasing an 11-year-old boy down the road and then you shoot him, like, come on, how much are you gonna defend this guy just because you don't like SJWs? Don't shoot 11-year-old boys playing ding dong ditch and trying to break into houses, because you're shooting tomorrow's Thane Riddle right there. A few years from now, he's going to be a cipher merc. He's going to be a 14-year-old cipher merc fighting for us. Okay, so go easy on him. Crackdown news. The National Guard Quick Reaction Force was being, aka federal military bludgies, martial law, were being sent to Chicago, and there's a bunch of protests in Chicago. There's different nuances to this. One is that it kind of, quicker than you might think, backs up what I was saying, that this is something you should worry about. They're making the quick reaction force because they want to use it. This is the start of martial law, pretty much, in the United States. And damn, the news moves fast these days. Next week they're already sending. I mean, it's one thing for the feds to go after the federal city, DC, but like I told you, they were just doing that to sort of test the waters and start out, and then they can move on and send them to another city, and Posse Comitatus can go fuck itself, basically. So yeah, they did that, faster than you might think. And they do this thing where they also want there to be protests there so that there's tension. And what was it, like the mayor of Chicago or some shit, or some politician in Chicago told the protesters to defend the city from the National Guard, which is really funny. Obviously, they would like it if there was conflict, if there was tension between civilians and the National Guard, especially if the civilians are left-wingers, because that's like a safe threat. It's like a safe way to test it out and give it some teeth. So yeah, basically it looks exactly like what I said it is. long story short. In Oxford, Mississippi, this business called Booth's Barbecue had an event over the weekend that got very big, and a lot of folks came down. So I guess it must have been pretty good. And while this was happening, some guy started shooting at some other guy. Now, as with most gunfights in America, this was likely gang-related. Pretty much had nothing to do with Booth's Barbecue event. But the bludgies cited the owners of the eatery for so-called inadequate security and having no so-called safety plan. I bring this up because I worry that this could become the start of a trend or something, a way for the state to regulate out small businesses from doing anything big in the white market. And while I somehow don't think that state spooks were behind this one shooting, it could inspire state spooks to put on false flag shootings around other such private events so that they can then turn around and blame the folks putting on the event for the shooting or whatever, for the attack, among other things. So that's why I brought the story up under Crackdown News. Okay, war news. You may have heard of BRICS, which is a non-Western international economic alliance, pretty much a fuck you to the West, and something that's kind of formalizing which side each state is going to pick in World War III. I guess BRICS stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China. You lost me on that one. What's the S for? Anyway, this week, the Russian-Chinese side of World War III has more openly taken on a militarized flavor, as in China, they held this thing called the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Can you tell that it was Chinese people who came up with that name? Yeah, and they had like big like Chinese military parades where they're like showing off all these weapons that are very like in your face, designed to go after the United States. It's all like China wants to show off its new military equipment because they have a lot of it now, and they're most of the way done with getting all the new equipment out. So yeah, they did like a cool parade with like they got all sorts of cool new stuff. Like they got these trucks that have supposedly the most advanced missile defense system on it. It's a laser. This is something people have talked about before. You can intercept the missiles with lasers instead of missiles, and then you don't run out of missiles. And they say they have that, and that it's on a mobile truck kind of platform thing. It's really cool. Anyway, my God. Anyway, so yeah, I guess the juiciest thing there is that India and I guess Pakistan were there, which is funny because India and Pakistan like to play both sides a little leading up to World War III. So they're, whatever. I guess this is like this is like a lean in the China-Russia direction. Yeah. Hopefully you find this entertaining. This war news. But yeah, who the fuck knows? I don't know what's going to happen with India and Pakistan. Anyway, let's talk about the U.S. and Venezuela. That's a little bit more fun. Naval military tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela are ongoing. You know how I said the U.S. naval ships would likely be boarding ships out of Venezuela they thought were carrying black market drugs, like pirates? Well, that's true, but it didn't take them long to do us one better. This week, they up and fucking sunk a ship that they claim was a cartel ship, as in straight up like starting naval warfare with the cartels. They up and attacked this ship and sunk it. They say they killed everybody on board. Well, that escalated quickly. The weirdest thing about this is that they say the ship had 11 niggas on it. And I say this is weird because this is more than you would think would be on a ship that was only for transporting drugs. Who knows what's truly going on with that? But it was disputed that the boat they blew up was even for drug transport at all. I mean, who knows? And kind of who cares, honestly. But then the Venezuelan state sent like 2 fighter jets over the water on a flyby to send a message. And the U.S., as you guess, answered that by sending 10 fighter jets to Puerto Rico. Like I said last week, Venezuelan military is utterly outclassed by the U.S. military. And the U.S. is not shy about attacking foreign states either. So it's pretty much no threat the Venezuelan state can make that will go well for them. The best they can hope for is to play dead and be left alone, like a bear attack or something, which might not work, or to get help from Russia or something, which also might not do much, but prolong something very ugly. Now, I don't like to waste your time too much on war propaganda, but sometimes the way belligerents frame things can give you a hint about what they might do later, and that can have some tactical worth. So I'll touch a little on the war propaganda here because of that. Now, the U.S. is calling the cartel drug transporters terrorists. All right, now everybody in the world already knows that the U.S. will call anybody they don't like a terrorist so they can justify invading other countries and killing innocent folks. Nothing new there, so who cares, right? Well, there is something a little bit more going on here, boss, because the U.S. is also testing the waters by making the claim that the fucking president of Venezuela is the leader of this terrorist organization. What? Why is that, Thane? Is that because this drug gang is working hand in hand with this corrupt government like they are in other Central and South American countries? Well, boss, I don't blame you for wondering that, but no, I'm afraid not. It doesn't look like that anyway. You see, this gang whose ship got blown up is a gang that is outright against the socialist regime that's been running the Venezuelan state for the last few tens of years or so. And the bludgies have cracked down hard on these guys. They've thrown a lot of them in the slammer. These guys are not friends of the Venezuelan president, let alone are they answering to him. So that makes your brain ask, why is the U.S. claiming he's a terrorist leader? And if your brain is made up of at least 2 or 3 brain cells, it will right away lead your brain to answer, no shit, retard, it's because America is thinking of attacking Venezuela. Now, this is inappropriate for the news section, but let me tell you a little story, boss. I hope you like it. I hope you think it's a fun little story. Maybe some of the listeners here are young, so you don't remember this. It all started over 20 years or so ago. Oh, yes. I can remember it like it was yesterday. Wake me up in my blood to... I can't wake up before I come out. Save me. Yeah, back in those days, there was another so-called head of state who America framed as a terrorist leader. He was this guy called Saddam Hussein, named after one of the most beloved South Park characters. Hussein had it all. He was wealthy. He was a ladies' man. He lived in a palace. He always had a bunch of body doubles around him, so that it was hard to tell which one you should shoot. Oh, well, that was because everybody in his country wanted to kill him. But besides that, everything was great. However, when the U.S. said in their media that he was this bad, nasty terrorist guy who was making doomsday devices and twirling his mustache and so forth, he called the U.S. on the phone and he held press conferences. And he was like, hey, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no plan of mass destruction. I'm cool, man. I want a peace, man. Mr. President Bush, don't you know I was friends with your dad? Man, I love Bush family. Why are you saying all this on the TV, man? And then Bush looked confused. And he was about to say something, but then Vice President grabbed the phone and covered the receiver with his hand. And he was like, no, George, bad. And then Cheney said into the phone, the president can't talk right now. He's busy. And then Cheney grabbed Bush's hand and made it push a big red button that dropped bombs on Iraq. Next thing you know, crowds of Iraqis led by CIA agents pulling down Saddam Hussein statues. Saddam's like, what the fuck, man? And he has to move out of his palace and go live one hidden safe house after another. Each one shittier and shittier than the last. Until, lastly, they ended up pulling him out of this shitty, dirty little hole in the ground with an overgrown beard and long hair, and he was shabbily dressed. It wasn't pretty. And then they hanged him on live TV. The end. So I'm not saying this is what's about to happen to the president of Venezuela, but if I were him, I'd have a very good plan for faking my death, and I wouldn't tell even my most trusted guys about it. Like, Venezuela has been a little too cozy with Russia when you think about how close they are to the U.S. So as the clock ticks down closer and closer to World War III, it's kind of a wonder why the U.S. didn't go after South America sooner, truthfully. It's looking more and more to me like this could be the start of something that isn't going to have a quick or pretty ending. And some folks said they thought maybe the blackouts in Venezuela this week could have been due to like the U.S. sabotaging their power grid or something. These folks merely don't know anything about Venezuela, I think. You see, for those who don't know, Venezuela is straight up one of the most socialist states in the whole world. Yes, I know. You call everybody you don't like a socialist, but in truth, there are only about 3 or so states in the whole world that truly are socialist, and Venezuela is one of them. I'd say when it comes to the worst socialist shitholes in the world, Venezuela takes maybe the number 2 spot, right after North Korea. Yes, that's right. Venezuela makes Cuba look good. You picking up what I'm laying down here? Would you be shocked to learn that blackouts happen in Venezuela all the time? Yes, of course they do. Nothing works in Venezuela. They can barely feed themselves. Their currency's inflation has been so bad that you sit at a bar and buy the same drink a few times over a few hours, you'll pay a higher price every time. They write the price on a whiteboard so they can easily erase it and write in a new one, at least until they get raided by the bludgies because the state says whiteboards are too bourgeois. So yeah, the U.S. would sabotage a country's power grid, and they have before. But in this case, it's not very likely, and it would be very silly if they did, because when the power goes out, the Venezuelans don't think much of it anyway. Oh yeah, and there's talk of U.S. military overseeing Gaza and the temporary relocation of Palestinians, as well as rebuilding it as a tourist resort and manufacturing hub. Let me say that again. Talk of the U.S. military overseeing Gaza for a decade and the temporary relocation of Palestinians, as well as rebuilding as tourist resort and manufacturing hub. I truth be, I mostly wanted to read that out loud for fun. Well, hey, it's a lot more likely than Saudi Arabia doing that. But the idea that it would go for 10 years is silly because it would just be interrupted by World War III. And here's some more news, folks, but you've heard about it before. The Liberty Under Attack fucking self-liberation book bundle. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. A small library coming in at 27 books. And these aren't any old books. They're the books on our very own Liberty Under Attack. The best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now. Now that Paladin Press and Loom Panics are long gone. And you can always pirate those old books. But now you can also get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have here at Lua with the Self-Liberation book bundle. Save big. Start your self-liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And if you want to officially join the second realm, get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of females that get laid whenever they feel like it, usually once every week or two, and maybe some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane, that's THANE, to get $25 off. And on the PAZNIA radio network, we've got something new coming up this week. This Friday. What fucking day is that? Friday. It's the 12th of September. God, time flies. Friday is the 12th of September. At 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, this Friday, Vonu Podcast Live will be on with Corey Hughes from the Bloody History podcast. He's a guy that Ray02's talked to on the podcast before. He's familiar with CIA tradecraft and blah, blah, blah. But this episode, they're going to talk a lot, I think, about Carrie Thornley, which is quite a rabbit hole. Carrie Thornley is like an Illuminati kid who was raised in under unusual circumstances, which they will discuss. And he's one of the two main guys behind Discordianism, the Principia Discordia, and he also has connections to the JFK assassination, among all sorts of other crazy things. Very interesting figure. So yeah, you want to check out Vonu Podcast live this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central. And also on the 1st and 3rd Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, you want to check out Richard the Dick Greaser's Music Mondays, which, I guess Music Mondays happen on other Mondays too, but Richard the Dick Greaser is making it happen better. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes, blah, 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 deep tracks and entertaining, enlightening banter. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio. Find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. All right, motherfucker. Network privacy, digital network privacy. Your down to earth tip for today. Down to earth tip. Yeah. There's your jingle for the one day. We'll have jingles and intros for all the sections. Digital network privacy. It's a big deal. On with computers, you go on networks, and it's a big deal. And fucking everything you do is that practically. So let's talk about that for a while. Once I fucking scroll to the right part. Okay. So digital networks. First thing, getting on this stupid fucking thing called the internet. Now, one day we're going to replace the internet. All right. But we're not talking about building the second realm. We're talking about the down to earth tip right now. So that means dealing with what's happening right now. Here's some ways to get on the net. You can use an everyday internet service provider, an ISP. You can use somebody else's Wi-Fi. You can use mobile data. You can use satellite internet. You can use mesh nets sometimes to get last mile connectivity to the internet. That's not likely, but it's a thing. All right, let's talk about each of those things. Break it down a little bit. Everyday ISPs. How do you decide? How do you pick how to do this? If you got some fucking place where you live or you have a business or some shit, you want internet connection there. How do you do that? It's pretty straightforward, really. Whoever's name is already linked to that spot, that's who you want registering an account with the ISP. So if you bought the house with a shell company, or you're renting office space through a proxy merchant or whatever, you use that shell company, that proxy merchant to register the ISP. That's pretty straightforward. If you bought or rented the property, sorry, I'm reading my notes like a fucking zombie. If you're renting off the books, you can probably register under the landlord's name. Whether you want to check if they're cool with that or not is up to you. Whatever you register it under, make sure it's not linked to anything else unless it's something that's already linked to that spot. So just don't go linking something new to it. Don't go leaking some new thing. Just leave it at what's already linked to that spot. Okay, now let's talk about using somebody else's Wi-Fi. I mean, obviously, you want to be on a VPN or use a darknet, but really that's true for anything. It's true for using your own ISP. So why did I even bother to write that here? I don't know. Every time you use somebody else's Wi-Fi, you want to be spoofing new MAC addresses every time. Now on Android, this is a standard feature. If you're using Graphene OS, which you should be, this already happens without you doing anything. By default, it spoofs a new MAC address for every Wi-Fi network every time you connect to a Wi-Fi network, rather. But if you're using a laptop or a PC even or something, and you're using somebody else's Wi-Fi, you have to kind of go out of your way maybe to figure out how to spoof a new MAC address every time. Actually, come to think of it, Cube's OS might have that feature too, but I'm not sure. Anyway, just make sure you do that. Spoof a new MAC address every time. This will also help you overcome some limitations, like there are certain countries and places where somebody else's Wi-Fi is limited. They only let you connect a certain number of times a day, that sort of thing. So spoofing your MAC address will also have the benefit of like overcoming that sort of thing. Some good spots for getting free Wi-Fi are cafes, fast food joints, department stores, and some supermarkets. It used to be they had them everywhere, sort of. They had free Wi-Fi everywhere, and that peaked for like 5 years, and then it ended really quickly. But there are still certain places that have it. And if you want a stronger connection from farther away, you want to get one of these Wi-Fi booster thingies. This is like an antenna and a thingy that connects to the Wi-Fi for you, and like, because the antenna is better and your signal power is better and stuff, you can have better connection from farther away. So like if you're like a weirdo who lives in a van and parks at Walmart, then and you use Walmart's Wi-Fi, this will help you get it from further away, because we know you're parking at the back of the parking lot. So this will help a lot. Now let's talk about mobile data. Mobile data. Well, everything over cell phone towers is data, but mobile data is this marketing term where they just give you an internet connection over the fucking cell phone towers. And that's what you want. You don't want to use talk and text, because you can just use a VoIP number and virtual SMS number over mobile data, which is better. Now, first of all, don't link up to cell phone towers at all if you don't have to, because they can geolocate you. They can always geolocate you. So just don't. Like your first pick is don't. When it comes to using mobile data, don't. How about that? Just don't. But if you must, then only connect to it when you have to. Otherwise, keep it off, or at least on airplane mode. And know that mobile devices come with a unique identifier called an IMEI, and everything you do and everywhere you go with that device connected to cell phone towers could be tied together. In other words, there's no one else in the world pretty much who is where you are at the times where you are there. So that's a very unique fingerprint, so don't give them that. With that in mind, maybe you should have a mobile hotspot or a second smartphone that is only there to be a mobile hotspot. And this is so the IMEI on your main phone doesn't get burned. Of course, if it did, you could then switch to a mobile hotspot, I guess. And you can get like an eSIM with Monero, or you could get a prepaid SIM and a prepaid credit for cash in person. There are a lot of stores that sell that. And you can check the show notes for links to eSIM, like sellers online. They sell eSIM for Monero. Like I hinted at a second ago, you want to get data only plans. Do not do call. Do not do text. If they give you a phone number associated with your SIM or eSIM, don't tell anybody that phone number. Don't even tell yourself. Forget it. If they give you a phone number, even though you didn't want one, never share the number with anybody. It can be used to find the location of the mobile device. Do everything over VPNs and or darknets. Why do I bother writing this under only some of the notes? Really, this is true no matter how you're connecting to the internet. Do everything over VPNs and or darknets. And if you need to be on mobile data for more than one thing in your life, like work, friends, and your shady dealings, you're sucking cock for crack or whatever, each of these things, each of these folds in your life, as I call them sometimes, should have its own mobile hotspot, its own account, it's with a mobile carrier and so on. And you want to get rid of a mobile device if you feel it was burnt and get another one, hence the name burner. And you can spoof an IMEI, which is the unique identifier on a mobile device, but it is mostly too hard to bother. So just switch between different ones. If you do all this magic, okay, you buy an eSIM with Monero, or you buy a SIM card with cash and prepaid credit with cash, and you make the account, put some bullshit name in there, whatever, and you connect over a VPN, darknets, and you use burner mobile hotspots. You only turn it on when you need it. If you need one for work and one for other things and one for this and one for that, you have different ones with different SIM cards, different eSIMs, blah, blah, blah. And if you need a phone number or whatever, you use VoIP number or virtual SMS, which I'm going to get into soon. If you do all that magic, then something magical happens, which is that no one knows where the fuck you are. No one knows. Even if you're calling people on the phone, it can't be traced to where you are. Nobody knows what you're doing with the mobile data. Nobody knows who that is, who's using the mobile data. It's for the most part anyway. It's a much, 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 much better way of doing things, because the way that most people do things is very, 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 very bad. Okay, maybe I should have said this at the beginning. If you just go, you put a SIM card in your phone, and if you go everywhere with it on all the time, well, they already have a unique fingerprint based on that. And that's like very, very sensitive. And I mean, you also get other interesting effects there. Like every time you have a meeting, like let's say there's some sort of shady meeting that happens every month or every week on a certain day. And most of the people who go to that meeting all have mobile devices with, SIM cards in them, and they're on and they're connected to these other identities that they have. That leaks a lot of data to the state about, here's this meeting, it happens every time, here's when this person attended and when that person attended, and here's how many people and how long they stay there, blah, blah, it's bad. It's very bad. And yeah, the fact is, you give everyone your phone number. That phone number can be used to find out where your mobile device is. And it can be used to like hijack. You can hijack somebody's number. You can take calls for them. You can see their SMSs. This isn't just something state actors can do. Anyone with the money can do this. It takes a few $1,000 a month to get S2 access, which means that you can do this stuff to any number in the whole world. And then those people who have a few thousand a month to do that resell their services. So you can be like, hey, tell me where this person's phone is in the middle of the night on a weeknight. And then it costs like a few $100 for one of those people to tell you that. So yeah, don't do what everyone else does. It's one of the worst things that normal people do for their privacy. And it's pretty easy and doesn't cost much to do this the right way, which is just get a SIM with anonymous payment, use a VPN, data only, use a VPN. And if you need a phone number and all that crap, just use a VoIP number and stuff. There you go. It's not that complicated. Oh, and don't turn it on only when you need it, and use different mobile hotspots for different things, etc. If most people think that's paranoid, but seriously, the way normal people do things here is, there's a lot of autistic weird things I do, and I get it. Not everyone's going to be that way, but come on, dude. The way giving everyone a number that can be used to find out where you are at any time, that's normal. That's the normal. No, I'm sorry. In that case, I'm going to have to say normal's bad. Don't do that. Check the show notes for links, but I'll just read real quick some eSIM sellers worth checking out. Cloakedwireless.com, lnvpn.net, silent.link, simsup or simsup.net, stealths.net. That's like stealths.net. Anyway, let's talk about satellite internet, because since we're still talking about how to get on the net, Once again, don't do it at all unless you truly have to, because old school satellite internet has to know where you are. When it comes to making an account, do it like you would with any other ISP. And when it comes to a mobile connection, as in you're going from one spot to another, keep in mind what I said about mobile data. So basically everything I said about getting an ISP and blah, 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 and mobile data, just use the same thinking pretty much for fucking satellite internet. And where you go is a very unique fingerprint, the same thing. Don't turn it on unless you have to, blah, blah, blah. If you need it for more than one thing, maybe each thing should have its own device and its own account. Satellite internet's expensive and it doesn't work as well. So, however, there is, this isn't really a down-to-earth tip yet, but you should keep your eye on something called Femtostar, a very cool satellite network that's in the works. It's not off the ground yet, but do keep an eye on that one. It may well become the most private way to connect to the internet in the world because the Femtostar satellites will not know where the terminals are exactly, and you'll pay for it with anonymous tokens. And they're also going to use open hardware and open source software and firmware. Very cool project called Femtostar. That's Femto star. And then there's mesh nets. Mesh nets haven't taken off much yet. I know that our friends in Austin, tell us that you can start up Meshtastic and that there's 40 nodes connecting to you. And I think in Michigan, there's something like that too. But yeah, sometimes mesh networks can be the last mile that gets you connected to the internet somehow. For the most part, they just do stuff inside themselves. But Reticulum you could probably have it's mostly theoretical, honestly, but you could get on the internet through a mesh network. Reticulum is really cool. You should look into it. Whatever. There's this one weird cryptocurrency meshnet called Althea. I know that has last mile internet connectivity in some weird places. All right, let's talk about darknets. Actually, psych. Let's not talk about darknets yet. Let's give you some advertisements. Do you want a more secure private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. That's libertyunderattack.com/THANE. There's Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS, ThinkPads with neutralized IME open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. And they got X200 tablets. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want to ask anything about these goodies, or you want them to do a custom job, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. That's SHANE at libertyunderattack.com. God damn, our names are too similar. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME flash run firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. Please save yourself the headache. Buy some of Jammin's goodies. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the second realm, blah, blah, 360 win. Pain Liberator. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? It probably does. You're going to want Pain Liberator. It's a fucking spray bottle. 20% DMSO, base of colloidal silver, water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own, each is quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it's magical. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane, PAINTHANE. Seriously, Pain Liberator, it's unlike any product that exists in the fucking world. There's no competition. DMSO makes the aspirin go in deep into your body in seconds. You will feel it right away. You will have no doubt in your mind that it works. I don't know why no one else has made something like this. And you definitely want it. You want it. So go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. And are you tired of me having no guests for the show? Or having some dumb retard on the show? Some boring piece of shit? Well, don't just sit by and let this happen. Help me. Can you think of somebody that you could see as a guest on the show? Tell me about them. go to vonupodcast.com/CD, find my session ID or SimpleX address. And it's better if you know the nigga who could be on the show and you could help me get in with them somehow. But maybe the guest on the show is you. I don't fucking care. Listen to this show. You think I care? Go ahead. Don't be shy. Anyway, feel free to tell me about anybody you think could be a guest. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD. Anyway, let me keep going on and on with the down-to-earth tips, stretching it out because I have no guest today, just like I just complained about. So I can go long. And I got 15 minutes to kill before the ad. So let's talk next about dark nets. All right. Last time I gave you a fucking joke answer about this. Now I'm going to give you something really similar to that, honestly. The long and short, what the hell is a darknet? A darknet, if you don't know, and please don't say deep web. Maybe this is the time I should just come out and say this. I haven't given you a rant about this yet. Please don't say fucking deep web, you fucking retard. Don't say dark web, okay? You sound like a fucking retard. Stop saying that. Everyone can tell that you, the first time you ever heard of darknets was looking at the fucking iceberg picture on 4chan or whatever. It makes you look ignorant. Don't do it. Okay, maybe I'm a snob and maybe it's normal to be that way. And I have been told to insult my listeners less. So, no, you're actually really smart and great. And I know that. That's why I don't want you to look bad. Anyway, so say dark nets. Okay, that's the correct term is a dark net, like not the dark net, mind you, but a dark net, because there's more than one. There's Tor. That's the most well-known one. Here's some basics for you. You want to just hit the ground running. You don't have to understand everything. Dark nets make it hard to tell where data is coming from and where it's going to. So you visit, like, let's say a website, or you connect to something else on the darknet. It's hard to tell where you're coming from. And it's also hard to tell where they are. And that's it. Doesn't stop you from totally fucking up and leaking who you are, or failing in some other way to hide who you are. And that's how people get caught. But for the most part, the darknet works on the technical level. Here's how you get started with the most well-known darknet, which is Tor. Download Tor browser. Okay, just go to like the Tor project, go to torproject.org or whatever the fuck the website is. Download Tor browser and open it. That's pretty much it. Also, don't resize the window. Now you can visit websites on the internet, also, which you'll now start calling the clear net, because you're a cool darknet user. So now you're going to act like the normal internet's weird, and you're going to call it the clear net. Now you can visit ClearNet websites over Tor by just visiting it in Tor browser. Okay, you can also visit Tor onion sites, okay, which look like their URLs look like a bunch of fucking random characters followed by .onion. You can go to fucking, I don't know, is the hidden wiki still a thing? If you want to look at child porn, you're going to have to find an uncensored hidden wiki or something like that, because everyone's all, child porn's not very popular. People don't like you if you're a pedophile, even on the darknet. But you probably want to you're probably interested in buying drugs. So you might want to go to Dread. So you can go to this website, dark.fail. Okay. Dark.fail. And you can find Dread's URL there. Dread is a popular onion site that is kind of like Reddit, and it's probably run by feds, truthfully, but it's a good site. And they talk all about different darknet markets and vendors and drugs, and they also talk about other stuff too, but let's be truthful here. That's your main interest. You want to get high or something. So, see, I'm a revolutionary, but you just want to, like, I don't know, do snort speed or something. So whatever, to each his own. But I guess this could be like a World War II Japanese thing, and you could do speed as a soldier to help you kamikaze or whatever. Anyway, I don't remember what's the good darknet markets around right now. Fucking feel like I've talked about this before. You'll find it. You'll figure it out. You'll be fine. Anyway, do at least close and restart Tor browser between going on the ClearNet and going on Onion sites. And before you go on Onion sites, do set the safety setting. Press that little shield in the top right in the toolbar and set the security level to safest. But if you want to browse the ClearNet and have JavaScript on, then set it to safer. Otherwise, a bunch of pages will be broken on the ClearNet. But do understand there might be ways to get your IP, your real IP, if JavaScript is on. If you want to stop that kind of thing from happening and you want to have better security overall when you're using Tor browser or whatever, you may want to look into using something called Whonix. Okay, that's WHONIX. Whonix. Look into that if you want to make it better and you want to use JavaScript without fucking leaking your true IP. And if you ever have cubes, you'll definitely want to install the Whonix VMs in there, which it will offer to do during cubes installation. I'll talk about that some other time. Yeah, so if you don't have a VPN or anything, this is a quick way to hide your IP while you're browsing or doing something. And if you like Tor and other darknets, you like all the child pornography and the drugs that you're getting, and you're enjoying the experience, and you want to learn about more darknets, some other darknets you might want to look into are I2P, Freenet, and Anonet. I2P, namely, is the coolest one. It's a bit hard to set up, but if you get on there, it is rewarding. It's a lot faster than Tor. There's a lot more. You can do a lot more on I2P than on Tor, technically speaking. You can even do torrents on I2P. You can have voice chats on I2P. It's much better, but harder to set up. So good luck with that. And I'll talk about cryptocurrency a little bit. The most private cryptocurrency that is well known is Monero, which goes by the ticker XMR. So download a Monero wallet software. And the top Monero wallet software, I'll tell you, for desktop, like a PC or for a laptop or PC, you might want to try Feather Wallet. Feather, like the shit that's on a bird. Okay, Feather Wallet. Or you could go with Monero GUI wallet, which is what you'll find on like getmonero.org. That's like the official Monero developers wallet. I think it's fine to use Monero GUI wallet, but Feather Wallet is probably more user-friendly and lighter. And if you're on a phone, you can get Cake Wallet, or you could try Monerujo. That's Monerujo. Just open whatever wallet software you get, open that shit up, make a new wallet. It'll have a little wizard that walks you through it. Okay, it's not hard to do this. It's not hard, Boomer. Every time you want to, oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to insult my listeners. It's not hard, you handsome devil, you genius. This will be a cinch for you. Every time you want to have Monero sent to you, please make a new sub address. That's really the only thing I need to see. You want to get Monero, just press like receive or whatever it says in your fucking thing, and just make sure you generate a new sub address. Okay, a sub address starts with the number 8, and that's what you want to see. You want to give people a new one every time that you want to receive Monero. Ideally, it's good practice not to give people your main address, which begins with a 4. Not the end of the world if you do, but for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to get into why, but just it's best to generate a new sub address every time you want to get Monero. Here's some ways to actually get Monero. You can get it for cash in person from somebody you know or met somewhere, like a cryptocurrency meetup. You can swap Bitcoin for Monero using atomic swaps on something like Eigen Wallet, which is EIGEN wallet. It used to be called Unstoppable Swap. And you can get Monero for digital fiat or another crypto from somebody on Reto Swap. That's RETO Swap. But be very careful of your privacy on the fiat side, because Reto doesn't magically do anything to protect you. On the fiat side, that's up to you. And like, I don't know, maybe you could fucking buy a fucking gift card or a debit card or something. You could swap it for Monero. I don't know, something like that. You could buy it for cash. Maybe that's pretty good. There's also a DEX, a decentralized exchange called Basic Swap, which is worth checking out. And you might want to get into Bitcoin and Lightning, of course. Those are popular cryptocurrencies. But be careful, as Bitcoin is fairly bad for your privacy. But the best way to launder Bitcoin is a wallet called Ashigaru, which links up to something that used to be called Whirlpool. It escapes me what they renamed it. Oh, they renamed it to like Ashigaru Node or something. And you can merely swap between Monero and Bitcoin, of course. But money laundering isn't a magic bullet. You know, if $1,234,567 leaves the banking system on one end and a slightly smaller amount comes back into the banking system on the other end not long after, it won't take Sherlock Holmes to work out that the two are likely linked. So don't be a retard when it comes to money laundering. It's not magic. And we're going to fucking go to a word from our beautiful sponsors. And then after that, we'll be talking about other shit to do with network privacy and taking call-ins, blah, blah, blah. See you soon.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Ever wish your portfolio was as polished as your shoes? At Signal and Shine, we do both. You bring the scuffs, we bring the podcasts.
Sir, those are bullish brogues.
And that's why minor incentives are just game theory and leather.
At Signal and Shine, our mobile Shine carts roll right to your curb, conference line, or coffee queue. We buff Oxfords while you mainline alpha from the world's finest Bitcoin podcasts. No small talk, no awkward eye contact, just proof of work on your wingtips.
Wow, my cap table's messy, but my cap toes, immaculate.
Choose your listening lane. There's Maxi Mode, an hour-long deep dive while we mirror finish your monk straps. Flash Node, a 7-minute shine and a hot take on fee markets. And Privacy Polish. We nod silently and never ask your name or your shoe size.
We don't do KYC, but we do TLC.
Download the Signal and Shine app, tap Summon a Shiner, and we'll find you by the nearest coffee smell. First-time customers get a free dust attack removal on your leather, not your UTXOs. Signal and Shine. We'll sharpen your shoes while you sharpen your mind. Book now. Walk smarter. Shine harder.
Brian Free Robot here, with a quick update pertaining to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. The following items are now available at the PAZNIA shop, whether digitally via PAZNIA.com/shop, or physically here at the consulate. PAZNIA seal shirts, sizes medium to 2XL available in limited quantities. PAZNIA hat. PAZNIA pen with stylus, 5-pack. PAZNIA sticker. PAZNIA coffee mug. PAZNIA flag. PAZNIA beach towel. And 4 bundles featuring some or all of these items at a discounted price. Load up on PAZNIA goods and contribute to the second realm. Bitcoin and Monero preferred, fiat accepted. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Thanks in advance for your contribution to the second realm. Cheers.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
The robot heard me and decided to say it. Thanks, robot. Thank you, computer. So yeah, talking about cryptocurrency. Oh, actually, if you want to call in, go to PAZNIA.com/call. You can call in anytime and interrupt me, because I'm just gonna go blah 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 for the next hour. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I guess I should also check the fucking chat, which you can find at PAZNIA.com/simplexradio. Wait, is that the right? Yeah, okay. I think no one's saying anything. Wait, no, that's not true. Oh shit! They're actually someone's actually asking me something in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. This is from Fagdudi Magdul Mandal. Mandahi. Fuck. Thane question. 100 Frenchmen versus 1 human. Who would win? This is really a deep. You're asking me something kind of deep here. It depends on a lot of factors. And this is a classic asymmetrical warfare thing. It depends on a lot of factors. I think the 100 Frenchmen might have the upper hand, theoretically, because they could all like work together to tie down the 1 human with like a bit of twine or tooth floss, and they could like they could work together to carry matches and strike them and light the human's mustache and things like that. But so like, in the interest of like, I'm biased towards liking more decentralized things. So 100 Frenchmen is more decentralized than 1 human. But with that said, the problem is in actual practice, the Frenchman would surrender. And so the 1 human would usually win. And we have another Thane question from Fagdul Magdul Mandahi. Deep web. Writing this hurts me more than it hurts you reading it. Thank you for your question. We'll have to ponder that one. Thane community question. Does somebody know how to make a large handheld oversized drill with insane RPM? Would be cool to see if that could be used to drill holes. Like some chainsaw, but not to fuck with pesky trees, but to troll rocks. I want to remove the rock and not just penetrate it. Didn't find anything on Amazon, so I wanted to ask here. Might be easy to make and could be fun alternative to a jackhammer, especially if you like to make your BioShock cosplay a little bit more gritty. Unironically, underground stuff must be a thing, right? Am I missing something here? Is the U.S. Army actually training underground warfare for Minecraft? Looking forward to answers/autism. P.S. Tricking us into thinking that you are on the countryside by editing in a meowing cat was great. The brain cell comment hit home hard for me, as well as the crack comment. The brain cell comment and the crack comment. It's true. Disinfo is a very advanced thing that I may or may not do at certain times. But yeah, okay. So as for the drill thing, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I know that like in Vonu, we have Vonuans definitely have a fondness for living underground, going back to Rayo 1 and like building stuff underground. But Rayo 1's focus was on doing it quietly by digging by hand really slowly, and then like I guess probably filling a wheelbarrow or something, and then very thinly distributing the dirt kind of far away or whatever, so that it doesn't look like anything was dug up. So yeah, I mean, I don't know about handheld drills with crazy RPMs. It sounds like a cool idea though. Somebody's got to do something like that. As for is the U.S. Army training underground warfare for Minecraft? I can't tell if that's like a serious question or if it's like a joke about Minecraft being about digging underground. But yes, I mean, yes, like in Vietnam, the insurgents had lots of tunnels. So going in tunnels and clearing them out and shitting your pants. Not sure if you're going to get shot by a Viet Cong. Not sure if the tunnel will collapse around you because of how shoddily built they were. They would often collapse on the Viet Cong. Yeah, I mean, fuck, tunnel warfare is a real thing. Tunnel with insurgents, it's a thing. They are aware of. I don't know when's the last time it's been come up in modern warfare, but yeah, that is a thing. Okay. I'll check the go to SimpleX chat. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. Leave more shit in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. I'll check it again at some point. Go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to call in. Anyway, I'll keep talking to you about fucking cryptocurrency. I'm trying to go too much longer on this because I do need to answer fan mail and stuff. I'm really making up for not doing this down-to-earth tip correctly before. If you want to hold cryptocurrency for a long time, or you want a lot of cryptocurrency, you need a hardware wallet, such as a Trezor. Only get a hardware wallet with open source software and firmware, and maybe open-ish hardware. In other words, don't get a fucking ledger. Don't get a ledger, retard. Get a Trezor. No, it's not open source. No, ledger's not open source. Yes, ledgers had bad bugs and controversial. Get a Trezor. For multi-coin wallets. I know that there are good Bitcoin only wallets, hardware wallets. But for a multi-coin wallet, like one that you can put Monero on, get a Trezor. And also you should, if you're going to have a lot of cryptocurrency or hold it for a long time, you should think about what happens if you die or get bonked on the head. Do you want to share any seed phrases or passwords with anybody? You want to set up a dead man switch if you're feeling fancy. Look into something called Shamir backups. That's SHAMIR. This is something Trezors support. For example, this is where you split up your wallet backup into X number of seed phrases, and you need to have Y of them to get the wallet back. So it could be whatever. Like you need 3 out of 7, or you need 4 out of 5. Whatever. Look into seed storage products as well, such as the Crypto Steel or the Crypto Tag or whatever. These are things that are made out of corrosion resistant, crush resistant steel that hold seed phrases that are, and you can like stash them somewhere or whatever. It's up to you to work out the rest. Maybe you have a Shamir backup with 5 seed phrases and you need 3 of them to get the wallet. And seeds A and B are hidden in 2 spots nobody but you ever knows anything about. Seed C is hidden somewhere only you, your wife, and your son know about. Seed D is hidden somewhere else, and the maps and steps for finding it are written down in a sealed letter in your friend's vault or your lawyer's vault, and in your will it is passed on to either your wife or son, whichever one a private investigator deems did not kill you. And then seed E will be released by a magical dead man's switch when it has been 6 months since you last cryptographically signed a reset instruction. And you try to do this every month or so when you're alive. It's up to you how crazy you want to get with something like this. There's all sorts of weird shit you can do. Let's talk about VPNs. To start with, you can get an account with one of the better big VPNs. You pay them with Monero, and you can turn on post-quantum encryption if they have that. Here's some VPNs worth checking out. airvpn.org, ariavpn.net, that's ARIA-VPN.net, cryptostorm.is, ivpn.net, lnvpn.net, mulvad.net, that's mullvad.net, nim.com, that's nym.com, safing.io, safing.io, simplifiedprivacy.com, Zeovo.com, that's xeovo.com. Now, then you can check the show notes for these links, really. Now, that's a great start, and it's much better than nothing. But if you're worried about cutting-edge dragnet surveillance or being hunted down by feds, I think leaving it at that is not enough. You should keep the big VPN as your first line of defense, maybe connecting to one of their nodes that's close to you. And then on top of that, connect to a server in a small independent data center, which I'm going to recommend some like servers that you can rent below or after this. Why do I say this? Because big private VPNs are mostly merely reselling you connections to servers that they're renting in big data centers, which aren't private at all. So like the VPNs are saying, oh, we're private, we have a no logs policy. Well, all they're doing is reselling you a connection to a server they don't even own that's in like a big data center. So it's all marketing bullshit, basically. Sometimes these servers are in the same data centers that are hosting big tech stuff. So like, for example, let's say you're trying to connect to Discord and you're using Mulvad VPN and you're using Mulvad VPN's New York node, which is hosted by, what's that one called? It's called like, is that called like 24/7 or something like that? I can't remember, but there's like a big data center in New York that you're connecting to. And that's the same server. That's the same data center that hosts the Discord server. So you're going to the data center that hosts your VPN's node to connect to the Discord server that's in the same data center. So, and that data center does not have a no logs policy, no matter what policy your VPN says they have. So yeah, this whole like, private VPN thing is kind of a myth that more people should be talking shit about. But anyway, myths, the VPNs do give you a little privacy. They make it hard for servers you're talking to know your IP, and they make it hard for your ISP to know what servers you're talking to. But they can't trick the cutting edge network analysis that the surveillance state likely does. You're going to need to make one or two more hops to do that. You're going to have to think about this a little more. Now, out of the VPNs I told you about there, the only ones doing anything about this problem that I mentioned, as far as I know anyway, are NIM, Safing Privacy Network, and Simplified Privacy. So check those ones out. Give special attention to these ones. That's nym.com, nym.com. Safing Privacy Network, that's safing.io, safing.io, and then simplifiedprivacy.com. Those three are the only ones trying to do anything about this and make the VPN thing better, make it work better to actually do something about dragnet surveillance from state actors. Email. There's no such thing as private email. Let's just get that out of the way. No such thing as private email. The email protocol is not very private. If you want more privacy when talking on the net, you're going to want to use like instant messaging session or SimpleX or something. However, if you still need email, you need email for all kinds of things. So we're talking about that. If you need an email address temporarily, those are easy to get in seconds. Just try a search engine, temporary email, whatever. So then you can receive a fucking you can register an account that you're going to throw away or something. But if you want an email account for a long time, well, you'll likely want more than one so that you can keep the sundry shit that you do apart from each other in your life. You know, you want this one email for work, that one email for your friends, and so on. This one email for fucking, I don't know, your gay porn subscriptions. I don't know. Imagine that. Imagine signing up for a porn mailing list. I've never heard of such a thing. Maybe I should look into that. Anyway, check the show notes for some links to email servers. I'm going to read them here anyway. Here's some less gay seeming email servers. Cock.ly, that's cock.li, ghostbox.cc, lnemail.net, monocles.eu, pissmail.com, that's PISS mail.com, trilightzone.org, that's TRILIGHT, motherfucker, zone.org. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Look at the show notes. And then xmr.email. And yes, you can set up your own email server, which is good at least for getting mail, or if you already have a domain, a website or something. But you may or may not run into some roadblocks when it comes to sending mail, because big corporations like to call things spam or maybe spam when you aren't one of them. However, if you need to send hundreds of emails or more, you might want to check out Forward Email at forwardemail.net. Seems like a pretty chill business. And what if you want a less weird domain in your email address? After all, sometimes that's a privacy thing. What if you want to blend in more? After all, if you and about 5 other motherfuckers in the world are the only ones on some weird ass mail server, that kind of narrows it down a lot if somebody wants to find out who it is, right? Or if somebody's trying to profile you, makes you more unique. So sometimes you want to make an account on a server that many folks are on so that you have a domain that doesn't look so weird. So here's a couple more well-known private email servers. There's Tuta, formerly Tutanota, and Proton. That's it. Proton's more well-known than Tuta, but Proton's also a hell of a lot more likely to be a honeypot that was made by an intelligence agency. Seriously, wasn't Proton founded by scientists from CERN or some shit like that? Those guys are in the highest reaches of the academic elite. They are as in bed with the state and secret military research as Macaulay Culkin with Michael Jackson. I trust those guys about as far as I can throw the large hard-on Kaleido. So if you truly want an email address that blends in, why stop at Proton Mail or Tuta? You could get Gmail, you could get Outlook, whatever. You want to get an SMS code to register them. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So if you need a one-time SMS code, you can buy one for with Monero. It costs 25 cents, 75 cents. Here's some one-time SMS number sellers. Check the fucking show notes. anosim.net, anosim.net, juicysms.com, lnvpn.net. That's right, they do SMS too. smspool.net, virtualsim.net. And if you need a number for a longer time, you can get a VoIP or SMS number with Monero, because those were just for one-time SMS codes, right? But what if you want an SMS number for a long time or a VoIP number for a long time? Here's a few ones. If all you want is SMS, you don't need to call people or receive calls at the number, then you can try Krypton.sh. That's CRYPTON.sh for SMS only numbers. You can do jmp.chat. They're kind of the best one right now because they give you a VoIP number from Monero, and that also works with SMS, and it's very nice to use. It's jmp.chat. They're really the best one right now. I should really get those guys as a sponsor or something. They're probably cool enough to do that, to give me a referral link or some shit. And then there's seven.io, seven.io. They're for big enterprise stuff. I think that's what they're aiming at, B2B. And the jmp.chat folks also make a cool open source client for Android called Chiogram, which works with the JMP chat as well as a few other less cool VoIP sellers. It's an open source client where you can do the calls and the SMS, and it's really an XMPP client under the hood. Not to bore you, but here, let's look at. Someone said some shit in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. It's Fagdul again. Thane, question or comment or so. Could we make a protocol to subsidize the proliferation of certain tools? Maybe we could make it profitable to give defense tools to people. I mean, like charity for Minecraft bows, giving guns to poor people. Guns for bums. The Chinese could need more guns, I guess. Transcendent stream, as always. Thank you, Fakudul. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I don't think that'll be as good as a Cypher Mercs, as paying someone to actually do something with the gun. Because if you give a bum a gun, they'll sell it and buy alcohol, and then it'll be bought by a criminal or something, which is fine. I mean, every once in a while, black market guns are great, so why not? But you'd be better off either trying to proliferate the best way to do gun proliferation is to sell them. You want to sell them to people, or you could subsidize it for. I mean, maybe Cypher Mercs could get subsidization for a gun. I mean, if they're working for a protocol and they need to buy gear for the protocol, maybe that could be subsidized, or they could be somehow helped in that. I mean, it might be, yeah, I mean, when you think about it, well, now, now you're making me think it might make sense for certain cipher protocols or sub networks on the protocol to do kind of a group buy and get a good deal on like a bunch of guns, and then send it to people without everyone having to figure out their own gear. It could be a way of helping them to get gear. So you make me think of stuff like that. Though I do think guns for bums is a really funny idea. And of course, there's 3D printing and CNC milling and stuff that advances in that, like what Defense Distributed is doing, et cetera, and kind of make stuff more accessible too. All right, let's get to this fucking down-to-earth tip that is longer than any other. Digital fiat currency. You can get debit and credit cards. You can get white market debit cards for Monero. You can go old school, pay cash in store for a debit card, and you can buy one online with Monero. If you have to spend more than like $1,000 or $2,000 all at once, it won't work because they won't let you put that much on them. Here's a few debit card sellers: bitoncard.com, that's BITON card.com, cakepay.com, trocador.app, TROCADOR.app. Check the show notes for the fucking links. You can also buy gift cards that with Monero. You can buy software and license keys and things. Websites for that are coincards.com, coinsbee.com, that's coinsbee.com, keys for coins, that's the number 4, keys4coins.com, stealths.net, as earlier, and trocador.app again. And you can use proxy merchants. These are friends who give you your credit card deets. You can pay them, or maybe they're just doing you a favor or whatever. There are also folks on the net who are offering to sell you things like this, like give us cryptocurrency and we'll give you some credit card details and we'll pay it off and everything. Like it's not fraud exactly, or at least so they say. They claim that the people whose names are on it know about what's happening. But regardless, it's they are paying off the credit card bills for you. It's some shady shit. So make sure they have a good reputation so that they're less likely to steal your funds. And for instant messaging right now, Session and SimpleX are the best, most private things. Just go to getsession.org or fucking simplex.im or simplex.chat, something like that. For audio video calls, use Jitsi Meet. And I don't know, for social media, there's Nostr and there's the Fediverse. You can use Pleroma. It's pretty cool. And for renting a server or a VPS, you can buy it with Monero. And there's a bunch of links in the show notes. 1984.hosting, cockbox.org, hostry.com, incognet.io, kyun.host, kyun.host, mynimbox.io, nicevps.net, privateweb.is, servers.guru, and sporestack.com. And that's fucking it for this drawn out down-to-earth tip today. So before I run out of time in the show, I got a fucking half hour left. How do you like that? Give me no guest, I can kill an hour and a half just talking. And now I'm going to steal your content that you gave me, boss. And I thank you for it. We thank you every day here on, actually, we thank you every week. Cloak and Dagger. Donations. We've got some donations this week, as always, as we somehow do every week. Mostly because of one guy who keeps donating every week. Let's see how he's feeling, everybody. What's going on with our friend, Thought Crime Boss, who has donated to us again in his infinite generosity? Here's what he says. Mr. Thane, what the fuck? I literally can't believe your show has lasted this long. I assumed I would only need to tip you for a few episodes before you crashed and burned. Anyways, what would be your second best option for sending value privately besides XMR? Thank you, Thought Crime Boss. You're trapped now. You feel obligated now. If you stop donating every week now, everyone will know, because I'm not going to shame you for it or anything, but everyone's going to notice that I didn't read anything from you this week. So I guess your best option is to decrease your donation, because I never say how much it is. So I'm just reading your message. So there's your best option to save money. Here's hoping for everyone's sake I crash and burn soon. But for now, I'll just try to answer your question. Second best option for sending value privately besides XMR. Value is subjective, okay? I'm an Austrian economics fanboy, so the first thing I have to say is value is subjective. But I know that you're talking about sending a currency, also known as a medium of exchange. So I would say probably Pirate Chain. The ticker is R, ARRR. Pirate Chain it's fairly close to Monero, and in terms of privacy, it's comparable. I'm not like a real big Pirate Chain fanboy who's like, oh yeah, you should. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's all right, it's fine. And a lot of cool people like Pirate Chain, so yeah, that's my answer. Pirate Chain. You can look into all the nitty gritty of what's the deal with Pirate Chain. It has things about it that make it gayer than Monero, and it has one or two things about it that are kind of better than Monero. But yeah, there you go. And it's also like, besides Monero, it's the most likely one to actually be taken by somebody cool. Like, for example, if you go on agorist.market, there's people who are taking Pirate Chain. If you, the last episode, the guy who runs agorist.market was on my show somehow, and he likes Pirate Chain, and he brought it up. So yeah, you can find people on agorist.market who will take Pirate Chain and who like it better than Monero. Let's see. If you want to be like Thought Crime Boss, folks, and donate some fucking Monero, go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. I don't have a Pirate Chain address for you, but yeah, if you messaged me on Session or SimpleX and asked me for one, I could probably make it happen. Other feedback. Here, I'll read our latest fan mail from our old friend Sama. Since lately he's like sending me one every week, and it seems like my latest tradition is to read them instead of autistically going through every link in his first one that he sent fucking over a month ago. Here's our latest fan mail from Sama. Fan mail! Descent into Madness. Dear Thane Puzzle, after a weekend of fun at Washington, it clearly was time for more fan mail. First, I wanted to let you all know that Washington was surprisingly good firefighters, which was a slight hindrance on my field trip. I also applied the super glue, and it fixed the Taco Bell issue. It also somehow fixed my fear of gay guys. Sadly, I have to also say some serious things. Your invitation to the show has had dire consequences for me. I was expelled from my tribe, and now I am forced to live in a hollow pebble near the infamous Sand River. You annihilated my third eye to the extent that only the small piece of sand that all ashwagandhans have instead of a soul remains. Therefore, I chose to challenge you to a superglue sniff-off in Honkai Nexus Anima. I just have to figure out how to open the child-proof cap. Also, how do I get rid of aneurysms? They seem to cause slight emotional imbalances for me. I also have a very MGTOW question. How to gaslight my girlfriend into thinking that she is not pregnant? Secret tip: if you hate birds, then use a laser for over-horizon communication by scattering it off clouds at high altitude. If powerful enough, you could reach a distance of 5 to 10 metric dick greasers. I want that because we own the sky, and I will not share it with some low IQ glorified chickens. Also, thoughts on generally important technologies for Vonuans and other critters alike? What are basic important things we might need? I have my own thoughts, but I don't want to write anymore. Also, moths are not a code word. They are just peggable. Unfortunately, Ramalinga Street got hit by a sand wave. There is no water here, so when it rains, everything just gets more dry. Sincerely, Doctor, I donned bath. Well, it's a good thing that you moved into the pebble before the sand wave hit. So that you're, I guess, less, but then you're right by the sand river, so I don't know if that's better or worse. All right, let's unpack this. You can get rid of aneurysms with Pain Liberator because it contains colloidal silver, which can treat, cure, and something else I'm not legally allowed to say. Treat, cure, or what is it? Yeah, they can treat and cure aneurysms, colloidal silver. It also turns you blue and you'll die, so that'll solve a lot of problems. You can gaslight your girlfriend into thinking that she is not pregnant. Well, she's just fat. Isn't that obvious? I mean, I could tell that she was just fat when I saw her. She's just gaining weight. And yeah, I am a big fan of the sky wave thing, using skip. It is something that I thought about and talked to people about before you brought it up on the show, believe it or not. I was actually always into the skywave thing. Because, yeah, I mean, you can go super fucking far. So then you don't need as many nodes. You don't need as much infrastructure. All you got to do is break the law. Generally important technologies for Vonuans and other critters alike. This is something that I talk about so much that, like, when you ask me like that, I just like draw a blank. I'm just like, like, I guess that's what I talk about all the time. But I guess, like, what's the most important stuff? The most important technology for being invulnerable to coercion is a gun. And then there's cryptocurrency. That's pretty good. And then any kind of, like, end-to-end encryption, using open source software for everything. It's really the basics. The most important things are the most basic things. All your operating systems and your software should mostly be open source. You should use end-to-end encryption. You should encrypt your drives. And you should use, like, decentralized networks and cryptocurrencies. And you should have, like, guns and like a hidden NBC shelter with a year's worth of food and supplies. Those are the most important technologies. And then you should help us build the rest, the rest of the important ones. Get in touch with me, vonupodcast.com/CD. And we'll get you on the Anti-National Security Agency chat on SimpleX. Okay. I guess that answers your fan mail. Okay. R node autism awareness. Okay. Once again, you can call in before I'm about to run out of steam. I have some more stuff to respond to, but soon I will run out of steam and end the show, but in the next 20 minutes. So you can call in, PAZNIA.com/call, or you can say something on the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX. In the meantime, I guess, let's see, can I get away without stumbling over myself too much? talk about some of the shit that's been going down, because people have answered the call, folks. It's not just me up here saying, get in touch with me and I'll get you into the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency chat on SimpleX. As a couple of people have actually done that, and it's led to some interesting stuff being spoken of in the chats to do with balloons and airships and all sorts of weird radio stuff, mesh networking stuff. Avalon Centrifuge is talking a lot about using NVIS and skipping to do shit from a long distance. There's been talk of the dynamics between, like, because like I made a comment, I said that dark nets, that onion routing should be baked in to the mesh into the mesh network from the beginning, from the ground up, and it's disputed, and rightly so, really, because the truth is, it shouldn't be like absolutely essential to the network. It should just be like maybe it should be on by default. Maybe it should be somehow native to the network. Maybe and maybe not, honestly. Maybe it should be a darknet separate that's on top of the mesh network. I don't know. But yeah, there's been talk about the how is onion routing always compatible with trying to conceal the physical presence of nodes, or the signature. I mean, and even I brought up stuff that no one even said, like maybe it would take more power, or whatever, which could be something worth worrying about. And yeah, there's all sorts of fucking crazy shit, all right, folks, being spoken about here. So definitely get in touch with me, vonupodcast.com/CD, and get in touch with me on SimpleX. And I think I can now invite people myself into the fucking Anti-National Security Agency chat, because I'm an admin now. Hey. Let's see if I can, without giving you too much silence and messing around. I was talking to a colleague privately, one-on-one, about stuff. What were we fucking talking about? Besides what I've already said. Steganography, blah, blah, blah. I should have made better notes. Well, this is going to require too much. Oh yeah, tinfoil chat came up. Okay, this is something worth bringing up. This isn't a mesh networking thing. So tinfoil chat is a hard to. I guess I brought it up on the show before, and it's a hard to hear about. What a weird way to say. I'm probably the first person to say tinfoil chat to you, right? Tinfoil chat, something you can look up and just fucking look it up and look at the GitHub or whatever of tinfoil chat. The guy who came up with this is either a genius or very lucky. I suspect kind of a genius, actually. This is a visionary guy that, will probably die without seeing the rewards of what he thought of here, because like this invention 100 years from now, it will be how devices that we use work, and no one knows what it is. So it's kind of, I got 15 minutes, and this is a really cool thing to talk about. So here you go. Building the second realm, tinfoil chat. What the fuck is this? So there's this crazy thing called hardware security. Okay, when we're talking about digital security, we're always talking about software a lot of the time. Software, encryption, digital encryption, blah, blah, blah. What about hardware security? It's kind of like how we always talk about open source software, but what about open hardware? Well, this is an open hardware project, tinfoil chat. That's right. It's hardware and software. And we're using something because there are things you can do with hardware that have fun, weird security effects, all right, that you can't do with software. And there's a thing called a data diode. What the fuck is that? What's a data diode? Well, first of all, let's try what the hell's a diode, okay? A diode, if you're familiar with electronics, you already know what a diode is, or even electrical maybe. A diode is simply an electronic component where electric current can only pass through it in one direction. It can't go backwards. It can only go through one way. It can't go back. Okay, simple, right? That's a diode. It's kind of like a one-way valve, right? Like for air or water, but for electricity. Well, a data diode is a component, a hardware component, where data can only be transmitted one way and not back the other way. Now that's very sexy. Okay, it might not sound sexy at first, but it's extremely sexy, and I'll tell you why. Now, some of you are on SimpleX. SimpleX already uses one-way, not data diodes. That's a hardware thing, but the SimpleX network uses something almost equivalent to that. Just to give you a little example of how this is already something like this anyway, not exactly a data diode, but something analogous to a data diode is already in SimpleX. They are one-way connections. You send messages to your friend, they send messages to you. It looks like one chat to you, but under the hood in SimpleX, those are two separate things. Them sending to you is one channel, one communication channel. You sending to them is another communication channel. Those are two separate message queues that exist for the most part on different servers. That's how SimpleX works. And now that has one application in SimpleX, which is, it reduces metadata because it breaks up, it decorrelates more of the data and stuff. Well, data diodes in hardware can be used for all sorts of crazy security applications. One example is take a building full of government spooks, fucking CIA building or something. Maybe people on higher floors or on deeper floors, as the case may be, have more access, right? And you want to stop data from leaving the more secret floors. But you want people on the more secret floors to be able to see data that is on the less secret floors. So you could have the networks connected through data diodes, right? So like on the next floor up, like data between floor 1 and floor 2 only flows from floor 1 to floor 2. So people on floor 2 can get data from floor 1, but they can't send data to floor 1, even if they wanted to, because they're only connected through data diodes. It's a very strong assurance of physical security. It's much more powerful than anything you can do with software because it can't be hacked over the network. It's physically you can't do it. You can't send the data over, so there's no way to hack it over the network with the software. All right, so here's what tinfoil chat does to get to the actual fucking point here. Tinfoil chat uses data diodes in a new way that no one ever thought of before, as far as I know. There are 3 computers in tinfoil chat. I think that he's renamed them, but I tend to use the older terminology of the transmitter, the receiver, and the networking computer. So the transmitting computer can send data to the networking computer, but cannot receive data from the networking computer because it's connected by a data diode. All right. So data passes from the transmitting computer to the networking computer. You'll understand this a lot more if you look at the page with the pictures, but for now I'll describe it to you with words. And for the connection between the receiving computer and the networking computer, it's the other way around. The networking computer can send data to the receiving computer, but the receiving computer cannot send data to the networking computer. And then the networking computer is the only one connected to the internet. Okay, so networking computer is connected to everything. It's connected to the internet. It can receive data from the transmitting computer, and it can send data to the receiving computer. The transmitting computer is not connected to the internet. It can only send data to the networking computer. And then the receiving computer, not connected to the internet, but it can receive data from the networking computer. This topography, as you might say, this network topography, gives you a super special, crazy security scenario. You can, now let's use tinfoil chat as an example. This is an instant messaging chat. Okay, this is what he's chosen to do with this hardware, but it's not the only thing you can do with it. We've got a chat with end-to-end encryption. Now, the way end-to-end encryption works, of course, and to put it simply, let's say the way asymmetrical encryption works, like PGP. You have a public key and you have a private key. The public key you share with others, and they use it to encrypt messages that only you can decrypt with your private key. The private key is something that you keep a secret because it's what you use to decrypt shit. And you can also use it to sign messages. You can use a private key to sign your messages. So the way this shit works is on your transmitting computer, you just need other people's public keys so you can encrypt messages for them. And then you encrypt messages for your contacts on the transmitting computer. And then only the encrypted data leaves the transmitting computer and goes to the networking computer to be sent to the network and ultimately to your contacts. When you receive a message on tinfoil chat, the networking computer receives the encrypted message and sends it to your receiving computer. The receiving computer is where your private keys are. And then it gets decrypted on the receiving computer, and then you can read it. Now, that's pretty simple as long as you're, smart enough to follow what the fuck I just said. But it creates a really crazy scenario. You might already be able to guess at why this is really, really, really special and crazy. Well, you can't hack it over the network. That's why. Because the transmitting computer, so first of all, you can't, because as Edward Snowden said, right, the weak point is the end point. The end-to-end encryption works. The crypto works. So the weak point is the end point. It's people's own devices are spying on them, right? So securing the endpoint is the thing. It's the big deal that you want. It's the big thing you want to do. You want to make the endpoint secure. Now, the number one way that we tend to do that is we just make it that it's not spying on us in the first place. We use open source operating systems, an open source software, and just that your device is not spying on you to begin with is a pretty good start. However, even open source operating systems and so forth can still be hacked, and it happens. Now you have to be targeted for the most part. There has to be a targeted attack. So dragnet surveillance is still mostly not happening. Of course, in the future, who knows what's going to happen? Maybe AI malware will get really good, and you could have like an automated, AI attacking everybody, trying to hack everyone's computer. Skynet is trying to, the lawnmower man is trying to hack everyone's computer. Maybe one day we could do something like that. So it's this sort of stuff is really worth thinking about, securing the endpoint and like making it really secure. And that's what tinfoil chat is getting at, because your private keys, because the unencrypted data and your private keys never leave the transmitting computer or the receiving computer. It can't be hacked over the network. Why? Because the transmitting computer, well, it can send if the transmitting computer wanted to physically, it could send sensitive data to the networking computer and to an attacker. But how can it be made to do so? How can the transmitting computer be hacked? It's not possible to send data to the transmitting computer over the network. So it can't really be hacked over the network. So that's the problem with the transmitting computer. Yeah, it could leak the unencrypted messages before you send them, or it could leak something like your private key if it's there to do signatures, but it won't because no one can hack it to make it do that. And then with the receiving computer, you have the other problem. Now, the receiving computer could maybe be hacked, right? Because it's receiving data from the network. So maybe there is a way to hack the receiving computer. But then once you hack the receiving computer, what do? How can you exfiltrate data? The receiving computer cannot send data back to the networking computer. So once you've hacked it, you can do a denial of service attack, meaning, you break it, you make it that it doesn't work right. Maybe you could try and deceive the person by displaying a fake message or something like that. You could do some sort of phishing attack of some kind. I don't know. But you can't automatically exfiltrate any keys or unencrypted data from the receiving computer because it can't send fucking data. It physically can't send data over the network. So this is quite a conundrum for a hacker over the network. It's almost impossible to hack a tinfoil chat setup over the network. Your best bet is to get physical access to the device, which is a whole other rabbit hole we can go down. There are ways to make that harder, but it's already harder. It's already way harder to find who you want to attack and get physical access to their. You've already won a big game once you've stopped hacking over the network. Anyway, so that's tinfoil chat. It's a big fucking deal that someone thought of this and built it and that it works. And no one really knows about it. So it's worth talking about. But to me, tinfoil chat's bigger than tinfoil chat. And this is something me and a couple friends of mine, we've been talking about this for years. Tinfoil chat is not about tinfoil chat. Who gives a shit about tinfoil chat? Okay. Tinfoil chat is about the underlying concept. You can do so much more with this. It doesn't have to be just instant messaging. It could be anything. It could be audio calls, video calls. It could be browsing. It could be anything. You could do anything almost with a tinfoil chat kind of setup. So this could be used to secure all kinds of communications in such a way that the unencrypted data and the private keys are pretty much impossible to exfiltrate over the network, no matter how good the hacker is over the network, no matter what kind of bugs there are. No more cat and mouse, measure, countermeasure. Oh no, there's a bug, there's an exploit. Let's patch it. Let's fix it. That's a losing game. Okay, that's a losing game. It'll never be perfect. You have to have security through isolation, through compartmentalization. This is what I talk about all the time, right? Separate different parts of your life, separate this from that, keep them apart from each other. Well, it's the same for anything else. It's the same for hardware security. I mean, Cubes OS does this in a software way, right? We have VMs. We're separating things with virtual machines. Well, this is hardware security. It's even more powerful. Separating things physically. That's the future. That's what's really gonna fucking, in 100 years from now, people will have devices that use this, because guess what? It doesn't have to be 3 fucking laptops sitting on your bed, connected with fucking data diodes that you built yourself on a breadboard, which is what the tinfoil chat GitHub will tell you to do. It does not have to be that. The future is all this tinfoil chat shit. It's all one device. It's all one device. And I can't take credit for this. This is my friend's idea. This is the guy who runs the Anti-National Security Agency, to integrate it all into one device so that it feels like using one device. You could take 3 Raspberry Pis and stick them in the same case. You can take your input peripherals like a keyboard or whatever and connect it to the transmitting computer. You can take your output peripherals like a monitor and connect it to the receiving computer. And then you can make it all work seamlessly with an integrated graphical interface, so it feels like using one device. The transmitting computer takes the user input, encrypts it, sends it to the networking computer, which forwards it to the receiving computer. The receiving computer decrypts the user input and the other data from the transmitting computer, and it composes it all into a graphical interface for the user to see, and it will look and feel just like using one computer. And then you can take it a step further, and you can print circuit boards and stick them in one device with this touch screen on it. And then it can be like a smartphone looking fucking thing. 100 years from now, people will have this stuff. Tinfoil devices with hardware security, with data diodes, all in one little box in their hand. Unhackable over the network. That's the future, my friends. But first, let's focus on that mesh network shit, because I think that might be a bit more hairy. We might want to do that one sooner rather than later, because they're going after the internet. And that's the whole way that we're talking right now, is over the internet. So let's get the network going, folks. So I hope you like today's show, folks. That's enough blabbing for now. I'm going to plug myself. I'm a privacy and security consultant, digital, among other things. You can go to vonupodcast.com/CD. Contact me on Session or SimpleX if you have any security or privacy concerns, and I can help you, especially if you pay me a steep discount for vetted PAZNIans and a less steep discount for honorary stakeholders, digital stakeholders. On my next show, I'm going to maybe, hopefully, for the down-to-earth tip, fumble around talking about investment and running a business privately, and there'll probably be like more Sama email links to go through or some bullshit like that for building the second realm. It's kind of become a conversation, honestly, so it's not super planned. And today, I'm going to leave you with this Jerry Springer thought. It's a quote from Oscar Wilde. Agitators are a set of interfering, meddling people who come down to some perfectly contented class of the community and sow the seeds of discontent among them. That is the reason why agitators are so absolutely necessary. Without them, in our incomplete state, there would be no advance towards civilization. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for another few hours. I think the Voluntaryist Academy will be on soon, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, and that should be followed by some more of your P.R.N. deprogramming for today. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Next up on the PAZNIA Radio Network, the Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain Thane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was, I don't know, it was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/pain-thane. I guess I'm Pain Liberator.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
This is Kaylee Welch. I come to you today with solemn news. Bitcoin is being attacked by spammers and scammers. They are trying to rape our nodes, piss in our mempools, and turn our stateless monetary system into a joke. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that is why I am forming an elite task force which I am calling the Time Chain Police. These individuals will be the elite of the elite. We will hunt down and find these spammers and filter them so they will never have the opportunity to try and rape our nodes ever again. In times like these, we cannot play nice. There is no time for nuanced discussion. Instead, we must respond rapidly in order to fend off the forces of evil. Mistakes will be made, lives will be taken. There is a cost of war. We cannot allow this one to drag on like the block-size wars. We must crush our enemy swiftly and decisively without mercy. If we don't, our nodes will be raped, our mempools will be clogged, our bright orange future will be spammed away by nihilists who just want to make a quick buck. If you think you have what it takes and you have heard the call, follow me today to restore order to the time chain. We will destroy our enemies and protect those running their nodes on weak hardware.
Join the Time Chain Police today. Let's fuck up these little bitches trying to rape our nodes.
Hold on a second. Okay, it's done. I just inscribed a monkey JPEG to the blockchain. Now some dumb retail guy is going to buy it, thinking they are going to get rich. I love pump and dumping on stupid retail while raping people's nodes with spam. This shit is the best. Thank God that Udi taught me how to piss in the mempool.
Okay, now you're in trouble, bitch. Did I just watch you send a non-standard transaction?
Who do you think you are? Bitcoin is an open protocol and people can do whatever they want.
My name is Kaylee Welch and I am the Time Chain Police. No one gets away with raping my node, bitch. You have been filthy.
No time for nuanced discussion. Must protect Bitcoin from destruction. The time chain is my religion. I will protect it with precision. Policing Udi from peeing in the mempool. Filtering transactions sent by shitcoiner fools. The world needs to have sound money. Spam should not be allowed and it's not funny. Time Chain Police. Time Chain Police. Become the savior of the universe. Become the Time Chain Police.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
The intent of the GhostPad is to offer a complete security and privacy-hardened computer system that is built from the ground up to be an effective direct-action countermeasure for those who want to actively resist the privacy intrusions of the entire surveillance state hydra, both public sector and private sector. A user-friendly computer that the owner maintains exclusive control over every aspect of its operation and has complete control over who accesses what data. A GhostPad is your virtual corner of the room where the cameras, microphones, and other data collection devices have no power. After all, power comes from ownership, which is exclusive control. Unlike practically any other available option, when you buy a GhostPad you are truly its owner. And while the masses beg and bleat to their political corporate masters to loosen their chains, GhostPad owners can use their systems as virtual bolt cutters and cut themselves free. GhostPads are high-quality business rugged laptops that have had the security-compromising system firmware, BIOS firmware, Intel management engine, etc., removed and replaced with more secure, free and open-source alternatives. The closed-source binary BIOS firmware has been removed from the system board and replaced with free, as in freedom, alternatives as well as the Intel management engine also being neutralized. That combination makes them more secure by design, and preemptively thwarts any attempts by threat actors, both public and private, to gain access by exploiting its vulnerabilities, either by an engineered in and hidden backdoor, or a zero-day exploit in the factory, supplied firmware or the Intel management engine. Perhaps the most important security privacy-enhancing feature these systems have is the neutralizing of the aforementioned Intel Management Engine, IM. The IM is a separate computer in a computer that is embedded into all Intel platforms made since 2008. It has its own operating system called Minix. It operates out of band, meaning that your primary CPU has no access to monitor what it is doing, and it has direct access to all the hardware that your primary CPU does, making it the ultimate embedded spying device. You can't audit what it's doing. It's always on when the computer is plugged in or has battery power. It has its own network interface with its own MAC address that can bypass any system firewall configuration. It has its own storage you have no access to. It can access your microphone, camera, keyboard, can record keystrokes and display, can screenshot your encrypted communications while you are reading and writing them. The IM can only be disabled by modifying the system's firmware. That can only be accomplished by using an external programmer to reprogram the chip that stores the system's firmware. Only select laptop models can be modified. We concentrate on the compatible models with the highest performance available. We offer models that are 2x as powerful as any configurations sold and supported by Lenovo. Transitioning your computing activity to privacy-hardened platforms is a direct action strategy to resist the attempts at total omnipresence by the surveillance state. To put it simply, these systems are some of the few available that are likely compromised in some way on the firmware level, so they are some of the most secure and private available for use cases where those attributes are the most important. It is also why systems configured this way are considered as ideal to use as a base to install a security privacy-hardened OS, such as Qubes OS, Parrot OS, or other privacy-focused Linux distributions, on. To view the full selection of ghost pads, ghost phones, and other privacy tools available via Liberty Under Attack publications, just visit libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. What are you waiting for? Step up your security culture today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/privacy tools. Liberty Under Attack publications, share your story, find your freedom.
than you and me. Alive as you wake from the street. You make the motion this secret, 'cause this is bigger than you and me. Alive as you wake from the street. You make the motion this secret, 'cause this is bigger than you and me.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello. It has been a while. I am James Cordiner. Welcome back to the Voluntaryist Academy. It's been a long time since I've streamed on this channel, and that's okay. So, what's been going on with me? I've had a new addition to my family. I've just been, doing my thing, trying to make sure that I can come back strong. And tonight, I want to share with you guys, I want to get down to just live streaming this because it's the best way for me to do it. I want to get down to the this essay that was written about 119 years ago now by Auberon Herbert. It's called A Plea for Voluntarism, and it's really important history. And I can't help but wonder if this were taught in schools, if we'd even have schools by now, but if it were taught to children, what sort of world would we be living in? I think a whole lot of a better one, and I want to share this with you guys today. So I'm going to take the headphones off because I don't need them and put them over there. That way my head doesn't get all weird, and we'll just come over here. So this is A Plea for Voluntarism by Auberon Herbert, and we're going to begin right now. We who call ourselves voluntarists appeal to you to free yourselves from these many systems of state force which are rendering impossible the true and the happy life of the nations of today. This ceaseless effort to compel each other in turn for each new object that is clamored for by this or that set of politicians, this ceaseless effort to bind chains round the hands of each other is preventing progress of the real kind, is preventing peace and friendship and brotherhood, and is turning the men of the same nation who ought to labor happily together for common ends in their own groups, in their own free, unfettered fashion, into enemies who live conspiring against and dreading, often hating each other. Look at the picture that you may see today in every country in Europe. Now, mind you, Auberon Herbert, the author of this, who's, he's European. He lived over there. So it's not written by an American, but we can learn a lot from this. Look at the picture that you may see today in every country of Europe. Nations divided into 2 or 3 parties, which are again divided into several groups, facing each other like hostile armies, each party intent on humbling and conquering its rivals, on treading them under their feet, as a conquering nation crushes and tramples on the nation it has conquered. What good, what happiness, what permanent progress of the true kind can come out of that unnatural, denationalizing, miserable warfare? Why should you desire to compel others? Why should you seek to have power, that evil, bitter, mocking thing, which has been from of old, as it is today, the sorrow and curse of the world, over your fellow men and fellow women? Why should you desire to take from any man or woman their own will and intelligence, their free choice, their own self-guidance, their inalienable rights over themselves? Why should you desire to make of them mere tools and instruments for your own advantage and interest? Why should you desire to compel them to serve and follow your opinions instead of their own? Why should you deny in them the soul that suffers so deeply from all constraint, and treat them as a sheet of blank paper upon which you may write your own will and desires of whatever kind they may happen to be? Who gave you the right? From where do you pretend to have received it? To degrade other men and women from their own true rank as human beings, taking from them their will, their conscience, and intelligence, in a word, all the best and highest part of their nature, turning them into mere empty, worthless shells, mere shadows of the true men and women, mere counters in the game you are mad enough to play. And just because you are more numerous or stronger than they, to treat them as if they belonged not to themselves, but to you. Can you believe that good will ever come by morally and spiritually degrading your fellow men? What happy and safe and permanent form of society can you hope to build on this pitiful plan of subjecting others, or being yourselves subjected by them? We show you the better way. We ask you to renounce this old, weary, hopeless way of force, ever tear-stained and blood-stained, which has gone on so long under emperors and autocrats and governing classes, and still goes on today amongst those who, whilst they condemn emperors and autocrats, continue to walk in their footsteps and understand and love liberty very little more than those old rulers of an old world. We bid you ask yourselves, what is all our boasted civilization and gain in knowledge worth to us if we are still like those who had not attained to our civilization and knowledge, to hunger for power, still to cling to the ways of strife and bitterness and hatred, still to oppress each other as in the days of the old rulers? Don't be deceived by mere words and phrases. Don't think that everything was gained when you got rid of autocrat and emperor. Don't think that a change in the mere form, without change in the spirit of men, can really alter anything or make a new world. A voting majority that still believes in force, that still believes in crushing and ruling a minority, can be just as tyrannous, as selfish and blind as any of the old rulers. Happy the nation that escapes from autocrat, from emperor, and from its bureaucratic tyrants. But that is only the beginning of the new good life. That counts only for the first steps in the true path. When that is done, the true goal has still to be won. The great lesson still remains to be learnt. The old curse, the old sorrow, did not simply lie in the heart of autocrat and emperor. It lay in the common desire of men to rule and possess for their own advantage the minds and bodies of each other. It is that fatal, deluding desire which even yet today prevents our realizing the true and happy life. As a writer has well said, many nations have been powerful, but has any one of them found the true life as yet? It is this vainest of all vain desires that we have to renounce, trample upon, cast clean out of our hearts, if we are to win the better things. We have to learn that our systems of force destroy all the great human hopes and possibilities. That as long as we believe in force, there can be no abiding peace or friendship between us all. That a half-disguised civil war will forever smolder in our midst. That each half of the nation must live, as it were, sword in hand, ever watching the other half, and given up, as we said, to suspicion and dread and hatred. Knowing that, if once defeated in the great contest, its own deepest beliefs and interests will be roughly set aside and trampled on. That it must accept the hard lot of the conquered, kneeling down in the dust and submitting to whatever its opponents chose to decree for it. That it will have no rights of its own, no rights over its own life, over its own actions and property, no share in the common country, no share in the guidance of its fortunes, no voice in the laws passed. It will be a mere helpless crowd, defranchised and decitizenized, a degrading and subjected race, bound to do the hard bidding of its conquerors. Can you for a single moment believe that the subjecting of others in this conquerors and conquered fashion is the true end of our existence here, the true fulfilling of man's nature, with all of its great gifts and hopes and aspirations? And are the conquerors in the great conflict better off, if we try to see clearly, than the conquered? We can only answer no. For power is one of the worst and the most fatal and demoralizing of all gifts you can place in the hands of men. He who has power, power only limited by his own desires, misunderstands both himself and the world in which he lives. He sees through a glass darkly, which dims and perverts his whole vision. He magnifies and exalts his own little self. He fondly imagines he may follow the lusts of his heart wherever they may lead him, and disowns the control of the great principles that stand forever above us all, and refuses, alike to the autocrat and the voting majority, the rule and the subjecting of the lives of others. If we feel shame and sorrow for those who are subjected, we may feel yet more shame and sorrow for the blind, self-deceiving instruments of their subjection. They, in their pride, sink to a lower depth than those whom they subject. Better it were to be amongst those who wear the chain than amongst those who bind it on the hands of other men. For those who suffer in subjection, there is some hope, some glimmering of light, some teachings that come from the passionate desire for the liberty denied to them. But for those who cling to and believe in possessing power, there is only darkness of the soul, where no light enters, until at last, through a long, bitter experience, they learn how that for which they sacrificed so much has only turned to their own deepest injury. See how power hardens and brutalizes all of us. It not only makes us selfish, unscrupulous, and intriguing, scornful and intolerant, corrupt in our motives, but it veils our eyes and takes from us the gift of seeing and understanding. Power and stupidity are forever wedded together. Cunning there may be, but it is a cunning that in the end tricks and deceives itself. Power forever tends not only to develop in us to the knave, but also to develop the fool. If you wish to know how power spoils character and narrows intelligence, look at the great military empires. Their steady perseverance in the roads that lead them to ruin, their dread of free thought and of liberty in all its forms. Look at the sharp repressions, the excessive punishments, the love of secrecy, the attempt to drill a whole nation into obedience, and to use the drill and subject thing for every passing vanity and aggrandizement of those who govern. Look at also at the great administrative systems. See how men become under them helpless and dispirited, incapable of free effort and self-protection. At one moment sunk in apathy, at another moment ready for revolution. Do you wonder that it is so? It is wonderful that when you replace the will and intelligence and self-guidance of the individual by systems of vast machinery, that men should gradually lose all the better and higher parts of their nature. For of what use to them is that better and higher part when they may not exercise it? Excuse me. Ought we to feel surprise when we see them become like over-restrained children, peevish, discontented, and quarrelsome, unable to control and direct themselves, and ever loud in their complaints that enough cake and jam do not fall to their share? Endless are the evils that power brings with it, both to those who rule and are ruled. If you hold power, your first aim and end are necessarily to preserve that power. With power, as you fondly imagine, you possess all that the world has to offer. Without power, you seem to yourself only portionless, abject, humiliated, the gate flung in your face that leads to the palace of all the desirable things. When you once play for so vast a stake, what influence can mere right or wrong have in your counsels? The course that lies before you may be right or wrong, tolerant or intolerant, wise or foolish, but the fatal gift of power that you have been mad enough to desire and to grasp at gives you no choice. If you mean to have and to hold power, you must do whatever is necessary for the having and holding of it. You may have doubts and hesitations and scruples, but power is the hardest of all taskmasters, and you must either lay these aside when you once stand on that dangerous, dizzy height, or yield your place to others and renounce your part in the great conflict. And when power is won, don't suppose that you are a free man, able to choose your path and do as you like. From the moment you possess power, you are but its slave, fast bound by its many tyrant necessities. The slave owner has no freedom. He can never be anything but a slave himself, and share in the slavery that he makes for others. It is, I think, plain it must be so. Power once gained, you must anxiously, day by day, watch over its security, whatever its security costs, to prevent the slippery thing from escaping from your hands. You tremble at every shadow that threatens its existence. You are haunted by 1,000 dreads and suspicions. It becomes, whether you wish it or not, your first, your highest law, and all other things fall into the second and third place. Once you plunge into this all-absorbing game of striving for power, you must go where the strong tide carries you. You must put away conscience and sense of right, and play the whole game relentlessly out, with the unflinching determination to win what you are striving for. In that great game, there is no room left for inconvenient and embarrassing scruples. You can't afford to let your opponents defeat you and wrest the power that you hold from your hands. You can't afford to let them become your masters and trample, as conquerors, upon all the rights and beliefs that are sacred to you. Whatever the price you pay, whatever sacrifice it demands of what is just and upright and honorable, you must harden your heart and go on to the bitter end. And thus it is that seeking of power that not only means strife and hatred, the splitting of a nation into hostile factions, but forever breeds trick and intrigue and falsehood, results in the wholesale buying of men, the offering of this or that unworthy bribe, the playing with passions, the poor unworthy trade of the bitter unscrupulous tongue that heaps every kind of abuse, deserved or not deserved, upon those who are opposed to you, that exaggerates their every fault, mistake, and weakness, that caricatures, perverts their words and actions, and claims in childish and absurd fashion that what is good is only to be found in your half of the nation, and what is evil is only to be found in the other half. Such are the fruits of the strife for power. Evil they must be, because power is evil in itself. How can the taking away from a man his intelligence, his will, his self-guidance be anything but evil? If it were not evil in itself, there would be no meaning in the higher part of nature. There would be no guidance in the great principles, for power, if we once acknowledge it, must stand above everything else, and cannot admit of any rivals. If the power of some and the subjection of others are right, then men would exist merely as the dust to be trodden under the feet of each other. The autocrats, the emperors, the military empires, the socialist, perhaps even the anarchist with his detestable bomb, would each and all be in their own right and find their own justification, and we should live in a world of perpetual warfare that some devil, as we might reasonably believe, must have planned for us. To those of us who believe in the soul, and on that greater matter whose sign hold different opinions, the freedom of the individual is not simply a question of politics, but it is a religious question of the deepest meaning. The soul to us is by its own nature a free thing, living its life here in order that it may learn to distinguish and choose between the good and the evil, to find its own way, whatever stages of existence may have to be passed through, towards the perfecting of itself. You may not then, either for the sake of advancing your own interests or for the sake of helping any cause, however great and desirable in itself, in which you believe, place bonds on the souls of other men and women, and take from them any part of their freedom. You may not take away their free life, putting in its place the bound life. Religion that is not based on freedom, that allows any form of servitude of men to men, is to us only an empty and mocking word, for religion means following our own personal sense of right and fulfilling the commands of duty, as we each can most truly read it, not with the hands tied and the eyes blinded, but with the free, unconstrained heart that chooses for itself. And see clearly that you cannot divide men up into separate parts, into social, political, and religious beings. It is all one. All parts of our nature are joined in one great unity, and you cannot therefore make men politically subject without injuring their souls. Those who strive to increase the power of men over men, and who thus create the habit of mechanical obedience, turning men into mere state creatures, capital S, state creatures, over whose heads laws of all kinds are passed, are striking at the very roots of religion, which becomes but a lifeless, meaningless thing, seeking gradually into a matter of forms and ceremonies whenever the soul loses its freedom. Many men recognize this truth, if not in words, yet in their hearts, for all religions of the higher kind tend to become intensely personal, resting upon that free spiritual relation with the great oversoul, a relation that each must interpret for himself. And remember, you can't have two opposed powers of equal authority. You can't serve two masters. Either the religious conscience and sense of right must stand in the first place, and the commands of all governing authorities in the second place, or the state machine must stand first, and the religious and moral conscience of men must follow after in humble subjection and do what the capital S state orders. If you make the capital S state supreme, why should it pay heed to the rule of the conscience or the individual sense of right? Why should the master listen to the servant? If it is supreme, let it plainly say so. Take its own way and pay no heed, as so many rulers before them have refused to do, to the conscience of those they rule. And here we ought to say that amongst those who signed this appeal are some who, like the late Mr. Bradloff, are a devoted fighter for liberty, reject the doctrine of soul, and would not, therefore, base their resistance to state power on any religious ground. But apart from this great difference that may exist between us, we, who sign, are united by the same detestation of the state power and by the same perception of the evils that flow from it. We both see alike that placing unlimited power, as we do now, in the hands of the state, means degrading men from their true rank, the narrowing of their intelligence, the encouragement of intolerance and contempt for each other, and therefore the encouragement of sullen, bitter strife, the tricks of the clever tongue, practiced on both the poor and rich crowd, and the evil arts of flattery and self-abasement, in order to conciliate votes and possess power, the excessive and dangerous power of a very able press, which keeps parties together, and too often thinks for most of us, the repression of all those healthy individual differences that make the life of and vigor of a nation, the blind following of blind leaders, the reckless rushing into national follies, like the unnecessary Boer War, that might have been avoided, as many of us believe, with a moderate amount of prudence, patience, and good temper, just because the individuals of the nation have lost the habit of thinking and acting for themselves, have lost control over their own actions, and are bound together by parties into two great childlike crowds, means also the piling up of intolerable burdens of debt and taxation, the constant and rather mean endeavor to place the heaviest of these burdens on others, whoever the others may be, the carelessness, the high-handedness, the insolence of those who spend money compulsorily taken, the flocking together of evil vultures of many kinds where the feast is spread, the deep poisonous corruption, such as is written in broad characters over the government of some of the large towns in the United States, a country bound to us by so many ties of friendship and affection, and in which there is so much to admire, a corruption that in a lesser degree has soiled the reputation of some of the large cities of the continent, and is already to be found here and there sporadically existing amongst us in our own country, and which only too surely means at the end of it all the setting up of some absolute form of government, to which men fly in their despair as a refuge from the intolerable evils they have brought upon themselves. A refugee that after a short while is found to be wholly useless and impotent, and is then violently broken up, perhaps amidst storm and bloodshed, to be once more succeeded by the long train of returning evils, from which men had sought to escape in the vain hope that more power would heal the evils that power had brought upon them. Such are the fruits of power and strife for power. It must be so. Set men up to rule their fellow men, to treat them as mere soulless material with which they may deal as they please, and the conscience is that You sweep away every moral landmark and turn this world into a place of selfish striving, hopeless confusion, trickery, and violence, a mere scrambling ground for the strongest or the most cunning or the most numerous. Once more we repeat, don't be deluded by the careless everyday talk about majorities. The vote of a majority is a far lesser evil than the edict of an autocrat. For you can appeal to a majority to repent of its sins and to undo its mistakes. But numbers, though they were as the grains of sand on the seashore, cannot take away the rights of a single individual, cannot turn men or women into stuff for the politician to play with, or overrule the great principles which mark out our relations to each other. These principles are rooted in the very nature of our being, and have nothing to do with minorities and majorities. Arithmetic is a very excellent thing in its place, but it can neither give nor take away rights. Because you can collect 3 men on one side and only 2 on the other side, that can offer no reason, no shadow of a reason, why the 3 men should dispose of the lives and property of the 2 men, should settle for them what they are to do and what they are to be. That mere rule of numbers can never justify the turning of the 2 men into slaves and the 3 men into slave owners. There is one and only one principle on which you can build a true, rightful, enduring, and progressive civilization, which can give peace and friendliness and contentment to all differing groups and sects into which we are divided. And that principle is that every man and woman should be held by us all sacredly and religiously to be the one true owner of his or her faculties, of his or her body and mind, and of all property inherited or honestly acquired. There is no other possible foundation, seek it wherever you will, on which you can build if you honestly mean to make this world a place of peace and friendship, where progress of any kind, of every kind, like a full river fed by its many streams, may flow on its happy fertilizing course, with ever broadening and deepening volume. Deny that principle, and we become at once like travelers who leave the one sure and beaten path and wander hopelessly into a tactless desert. Deny that self-ownership, that self-guidance of the individual, and however fine our professed motives may be, we must sooner or later, in a world without rights, become like the animals that prey on each other. Deny human rights, and however little you may wish to do so, you will find yourself abjectly kneeling at the feet of that old world god, force, that grimmest and ugliest of gods that men have ever carved for themselves out of the lusts of their hearts. You will find yourselves hating and dreading all other men who differ from you. You will find yourselves obliged by the law of the conflict into which you have plunged to use every means in your power to crush them before they are able to crush you. You will find yourselves day by day growing more unscrupulous and intolerant, more and more compelled by the fear of those who opposed you to commit harsh and violent actions, of which you would once have said, quote, "Is thy servant a dog that he should do these things," end quote. You will find yourselves clinging to and welcoming force as the one and only form of protection left to you when you have once destroyed the rule of the great principles. When once you have plunged into the strife for power, it is the fear of those who are seeking for power over you that so easily persuades to all the great crimes. Who shall count up the evil brood that is born from power? The pitiful fear, the madness, the despair, the overpowering craving for revenge, the treachery, the unmeasured cruelty? It is liberty alone, broad as the sky above our heads, and planted deep and strong as the great mountains, that allows the better and higher part of our nature to rule in us, and subdues those passions that we share with the animals. We ask you then to limit and restrain power as you would restrain a wild and dangerous beast. Make everything subservient to liberty. Use state force only for one purpose, to prevent and restrain the use of force amongst ourselves, and that which may be described as the twin brother of force, wearing a mask over its features. The fraud, which by cunning sets aside the consent of the individual, as force sets it aside openly and violently. Restrained by simple and efficient machinery the force and fraud that some men are always ready to employ against other men. For whether it is the state that employs force against a part of its citizens, or one citizen who employs force or fraud against another citizen, in both cases it is equally an aggression upon the rights, upon the self-ownership of the individual. It is equally in both cases the acts of the stronger, who in virtue of his strength preys upon the weaker. Safeguard therefore the lives and the property of every citizen against the force or the cunning of Bill Sykes and all his tribe. Make our world a fair open field where we may all act according to our own choice, individually or in cooperation, for every unaggressive purpose, and where good of every kind will fight its own open, unrestrained fight with evil of every kind. Don't believe in suppressing by force any form of evil, always accepting the direct attacks upon person and property. An evil suppressed by force is only driven out of sight under the surface. They are to fester in safety and to take new and more dangerous forms. Remember that striking story of the German liberals, when Bismarck had directed his foolish and useless weapon of repressive laws against the socialists? Quote, "You have driven the socialists into silence," they said. "You have forbidden their meetings and confiscated their papers. Yet for all that the movement goes on more actively than ever underground and hidden from sight. And we who are opposed to socialism are also silenced. We have now no enemy to attack. The enemy has vanished out of our sight and out of our reach. How can we answer or reason with those who speak and write no word in public, and only teach and make new recruits in secret and in the dark?" End quote. So it is always. You strike blindly, like a child in its passion, with your weapons of force, at some vice, at some social habit, at some teaching you consider dangerous, and you disarm your own friends who would fight your battle for you, were they allowed to do so. In the one true way of discussion and persuasion and example. You prevent discussion and the expression of all healthier opinion. You disarm the reformers and paralyze their energies. The reformers who, if left to themselves, would strive to move the minds of men and to win their hearts, but who now resign themselves to sleep and to indifference, fondly believing that you, with your force, have fought and won their battle for them, and that nothing now remains for them to do. But in truth you have done nothing. You have helped the enemy. You may have made the outside of things more respectable to the careless eye. You may have taught men to believe in the things that seem, and in reality are not. But you have left the poisonous sore underneath to work its own evil undisturbed in its own way and measure. The evil, whatever it is, was the result of perverted intelligence or perverted nature, and your systems of force have left that intelligence and that nature unchanged. And you have done that most dangerous of all things. You have strengthened the general belief in the rightfulness and the usefulness of employing force. Do you not see that all weapons that men can take into their hands, force is the vainest, the weakest? In the long dark history of the world, what real, what permanent good has ever come from the force which men have never hesitated to use against each other? By force the great empires have been built up. only in due time to be broken into pieces, and to leave mere ruins of stones to tell their story. By force, the rulers have compelled nations to accept a religion, only in the end to provoke that revolt of men's minds which always in its own time sweeps away the work of the sword, of the hangman, and the torture table. What persecution has in the end altered the course of human belief? What army, used for ambitions and aggressive purposes, has not at last become as a broken tool? What claim of a church to exercise authority and to own the souls of men has not destroyed its own influence and brought certain decay on itself? Is it not the same today as it has been in all the centuries of the past? Has not the real prosperity, the happiness, the peace of a nation increased just in proportion as it has broken all the bonds and disabilities that impeded its life, just in proportion as it has let liberty replace force, just in proportion as it has chosen and established for itself all rights of opinion, of meeting, of discussion, rights of free trade, rights of the free use of faculties, rights of self-ownership as against the wrongs of subjection? And do you think that these new bonds and restrictions in which the nations of today have allowed themselves to be entangled, the conscription which sends men out to fight, consenting or not consenting, which treats them as any other war material, as the guns and the rifles dispatched in batches to do their work, or the great systems of taxation, which make of the individual mere tax material, as conscription makes of him mere war material, or the great systems of compulsory education, under which the state, on its own unavowed interest, tries to exert more and more of its own influence and authority over the minds of the children, tries, as we especially in other countries, to mold and to shape those young minds for its own ends. Quote, something of religion will be useful. School-made patriotism will be useful. Drilling will be useful. End quote. So preparing from the start, docile and obedient state material, ready-made for taxation, ready-made for conscription, ready-made for the ambitious aims and ends of the rulers. Do you think that any of these modern systems, though they are more veiled, more subtle, less frank and brutal than the systems of the older governments, though the poison in them is more thickly smeared with the coating of sugar, will bear different fruit, will work less evil amongst us all, will endure longer than those other broken and discredited attempts, which men again and again in their madness and presumption have made to possess themselves of and to rule the bodies and minds of others? No! One and all, they belong to the same evil family. They are all part of the same conspiracy against the true greatness of human nature. They are all marked broad across the forehead with the same old curse, and they will all end in the same shameful and sorrowful ending. Over us all is the great unchanging law, ever the same, unchanged and unchanging, regardless of all our follies and delusions that come and go, that we are not to take possession of and rule the body and minds of others, that we are not to take away from our fellow beings their own intelligence, their own choice, their own conscience and free will, that we are not to allow any ruler, be it autocrat, emperor, parliament, or voting crowd, to take from any human being his own true rank, making of him the degraded state material that others use for their own purposes. But, some of your friends may say, look well at the advantages of this state force. See how many good things come to you by taking money out of the pockets of others. Would the rich man continue to serve your needs if you had not got your hands upon him and held him powerless under your taxation system? No! He would be only too glad to find an escape from it. Keep then your close grips upon him, now that you once hold him in it, and by more and more skillful and searching measures, relieve him of what you want so much, and what is merely superfluous to him. Why spare your beast of burden? What is the use of your numbers, of your organizations, of all the powerful, of the all-powerful vote that can alone equalize conditions, making the poor man rich and the rich man poor, if you are tempted to lay the useful weapon of force aside? Force in the old days was used against you. It is your turn now to use force, and spare not. Think well of what the vote can do for you. There lies the magician's wand. You want pensions, provision for old age and sickness, land, houses, a minimum wage, lots and lots of education, breakfast and dinner for the children who go to school, scholarships for the clever pupils, libraries, museums, public halls, national operas, amusements and recreations of all kinds, and many another good thing which you will easily enough discover when you once again begin to help yourselves. For, as the French say, the appetite comes with the eating, and there stand the richer classes with their laden pockets, only encumbered with the wealth that, if they knew it, they would be better without. Defenseless, comparatively few and weak, with no power to stand against the resistless vote. If you once turn your strength to good account and learn how to organize your numbers for great victory, of course, they will give you excellent reasons why you should keep your hands off them and let them go free. Don't be fooled any longer by mere words. Force rules everything in this world, and today it is at last your turn to use force and enter into possession of all that the world has to offer." End quote. We answer that all such language is the language of passionate, unthinking children who, regardless of right or wrong, with no questions of conscience, no perception of consequences, snatch at the first glittering thing that they see before them. That those who once listened to these counsels of violence would be changed in their nature from the reasonable man to the unreasonable beast. That all such counsels mean revolt against the great principles, against the honest and true methods that alone can redeem this world of ours, that if faithfully followed, will in the end make a society happy, prosperous, and progressive in its every part, ever leveling up, ever peacefully redistributing wealth, ever turning the waste places of life into the fruitful garden. But in violence and force, there is no redemption. Force, whether disguised or not under the forms of voting, has but one meaning. It means universal confusion and strife. It means flinging the sword that has never yet helped any of us into the scale and preparing the way for the utterly wasted and useless shedding of much blood. Even if these good things, and many more of the same kind, lay within your grasp, waiting for your hand to close upon them, you have no right to take them by force, no right to make war upon any part of your fellow citizens, and to treat them as mere material to serve your interests. The rich man may no more be the beast of burden of the poor man than the poor man may be the beast of burden of the rich. Force rests on no moral foundations. You cannot justify it. It rests on no moral basis. You cannot reconcile it with reason and conscience and the higher nature of men. It lies apart in its own evil sphere, separated by the deepest gulf from all that makes for the real good of life, a mere devil's instrument. Even if force tomorrow could lay at your feet all the material gifts which you rightly desire, you may not, you dare not, for the sake of the greater good, for the sake of the higher nature that is in all of us, for the sake of the great purposes and the nobler meanings of life, accept what it offers. Our work is to make this life of ours prosperous, happy, and beautiful for all who share in it. Working with the instruments of liberty, of peace, and of friendship, these and these only are the instruments which we may rightly take in our hands. These are the only instruments that can do our work for us. Those who bid you use force are merely using language of the same kind as every blood-stained ruler has used in the past. The language of those who paid their troops by pillage. The language of the war-loving German general, who in old days looked down from the heights surrounding Paris and whispered in a gentle sigh, "What a city to sack!" It is the language of those who through all the past history of the world have believed in the right of conquering and the right of making slaves, who have set up force as their god, who have tried to do by the violent hand whatever smiled to their own desires, and who only brought curses upon themselves, and a deluge of blood and tears upon the world. Force, whatever form it takes, can do nothing for you. It can redeem nothing. It can give you nothing that is worth the having, nothing that will endure. It cannot even give you material prosperity. There is no salvation for you or for any living man to be won by the force that narrows rights. It always leaves men lower and more brutal in character than it found them. It is, and ever has been, the evil genius of our race. It calls out the reckless, violent, cruel part of our nature. It wastes precious human effort in setting men to strive one against the other. It turns us into mere fighting animals, and ends when men at last become sick of the useless strife and universal confusion, and, quote, the man on the black horse, end quote, who calls himself and is greeted as, quote, the savior of society, end quote. Make the truer, the nobler choice. Resist the blind and sordid appeal to your interests of the moment, and take your place once and for good on the side of the true liberty that calls out all the better and higher parts of our nature, and knows no difference between rulers and ruled, majorities and minorities, rich and poor. Declare once and for good that all men and women are the only true owners of their faculties, of their mind and body, of the property that belongs to them, that you will only build the new society on the one true foundation of self-ownership, self-rule, and self-guidance, that you turn away from and renounce utterly all this mischievous, foolish, and corrupt business of compelling each other, of placing burdens upon each other, of making force, and the hateful trickery that always goes with it, into our guiding principles, of treating first one set of men and then another set of men as beasts of burden, whose lot in life it is to serve the purposes of others. True it is that there are many things good in themselves which you do not yet possess, and which you rightfully desire. Things which the believers in force are generous enough to offer you in any profusion at the expense of others, but they are merely cheating you, and with vain hopes, dangling before your eyes the mocking shows of things that can never be. Force never yet made a nation prosperous. It has destroyed nation after nation, but never yet built up an enduring prosperity. It is through your own free efforts, not through the gifts of those who have no right to give them, that all these good things can come to you. For great is the essential difference between the gift, whether rightly or wrongly given, and the thing won by free effort. That which you have won has made you stronger in yourselves, has taught you to know your own power and resources, has prepared you to win more and more victories. The gift flung to you has left you dependent upon others, distrustful and dispirited in yourselves. Why turn to your governments as if you were helpless in yourselves? What power lies in a government that does not lie also in you? They are only men like you, men in many ways disadvantaged, overweighted by the excessive burdens they have taken on themselves, seldom able to give concentrated attention to any one subject, however important, necessarily much under the influence of subordinates from whom they must gather the information on which they have to act, often turned from their own course by the dissensions and differences of their followers, always obliged to plan and maneuver in order to keep their party together, and then losing their own guiding purpose, and tempted into misleading and unworthy courses, often deciding the weightiest matters in a hurry, as in the case of the famous quote-unquote 10 minutes reform bill, and physically leading a life which overtaxes health and endurance with the call made upon it by the cares of their own office, their attendance far into the night at the house, their social occupations, the necessity to follow carefully all that is passing in the great theater of European politics, and of studying the questions which each week brings with it. Think carefully, and you will feel that all these rash attempts of the handful of men that we call a government to nurse a nation are a mere delusion. You can't throw the cares and the wants and the hopes of a whole people on some 16 or 18 overburdened workers. You might as well try to put the sea into a quart pot. A handful of men can't either think or act for you. Their task is impossible. If they try to do so, they can only be as blind guides who lead blind followers into the ditch. It all ends in scramble and confusion, and something being done in order to have something to show, and great expectations and woeful disappointments, and rash action and grievous mistakes, resulting from hurry and overpressure and insufficient knowledge, which lead the nation in wrong directions and bring their long train of evil consequences. Why place your fortunes, all that you have, and all that you are, in others' hands? You have in yourselves the great qualities, though still undeveloped, for supplying in your own free groups the growing wants of your lives. You are the children of the men who did so much for themselves, the men who broke the absolute power, who planted the colonies of our race in distant lands, who created our manufacturers, and carried our trade to every part of the world, who established your cooperative and benefit societies, your trade unions, who built and supported your nonconformist churches. In you is the same stuff, the same power to do, as there was in them, and if you only let their spirit breathe again in you, and tread in their footsteps, you may add to their triumphs and successes tenfold and 100-fold. As the French well say, where the fathers passed, there soon shall the children pass. To this point, the work to be undertaken in your own free groups without any compulsion and subjection of others, we will return later. But nothing can be well and rightly done, nothing can bear the true fruit until you become deeply and devotedly in love with personal liberty, consecrating in your hearts the great and sacred principle of self-ownership and self-direction. That great principle must be our guiding star through the whole of this life's pilgrimage. Away from its guiding, we shall only continue to wander, as of old, hopelessly in the wilderness. For its sake, we must be ready to make any and every sacrifice. It is worth them all, many times worth them all. For its sake, you must steadily refuse all the glittering gifts and bribes which many politicians of both parties eagerly press upon you. If you will but accept them as your leaders, and lend them the power which your numbers can give. Enter into none of these corrupt and fatal compacts. All such leaders are but playing with you, fooling you for their own ends. In the pride and vanity of their hearts, they wish to bind you to them, to make you dependent upon them. You are to fight their battles, and you will be paid in return much in the same manner as the old leaders paid their soldiers by giving them a conquered city to sack. Can any real good come to you by following that unworthy and mercenary path? When once you have become a mere pillaging horde, when once you have lost all guidance and control and purpose of your own, bound to your leaders and dependent on them for the sake of the spoils that they fling at you, do you think that any of the greater and nobler things of life will still be possible to you? The great things are only possible for those who keep their hearts pure and exalted and their hands clean, who are true to themselves, who follow and serve the fixed principles that are above us all and are our only true guides, who never sell themselves into the hands of others. Your very leaders, who have cheated you and used you, will despise you. And in your own hearts, if you dare honestly to search into them, you will despise yourself. But your self-contempt will hardly help you. You have lost the great qualities of your nature. The old corrupt contract into which you have entered will still bind you. You may in your wild discontent revolt against your leaders, but as in the legends of the evil controlling spirit that both serves and enslaves, you will each be a fatal necessity to the other. You have linked your fortunes together, and it will be hard to dissolve the partnership. Remember ever the old words, as true today as they were when first spoken. What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? If you lose all respect for the rights of others, and with it your own self-respect, if you lose your own sense of right and fairness, if you lose your belief in liberty, and with it the sense of your own worth and true rank, if you lose your own will and self-guidance and control over your own lives and actions, what can all the buying and trafficking, what can all the gifts of politicians give you in return? Why let the true diamond be taken from you in exchange for the worthless bit of glass? Is it not the ruling of your own selves worth 100 times this mad attempt to rule over others? If your house were filled with silver and gold, would you be happy if your own self no more belonged to you? Have you ever carefully thought out what life would be like under the schemes of the Socialist Party, who offer us the logical completion of all systems of force? Try to picture the huge, overweighted, groaning machine of government, the men who direct it vainly, miserably struggling with their impossible task of managing everything, driven for the sake of their universal system to extinguish all differences of thought and action, allowing no man to possess his own faculties or to enjoy the fruit that he has won by their exercise, to call land or house or home his own, allowing no man to do a day's work for another or to sell and buy on his own account, denying to all men the ownership and possession of either body or mind, necessarily intolerant, as the Tsar's government is intolerant, of every form of free thought and free enterprise, trembling at the very shadow of liberty, haunted by the perpetual terror that the old love of self-guidance and free action might some day again awake in the breast of men, obliged to exercise a discipline like that which exists in the German army, from fear that the first beginning of revolt might prove the destruction of the huge, trembling, ill-balanced structure. With no sense of right, a mere word that would be lost to their language, but only the ever-present, ever-urgent necessities of maintaining their unstable power, which was always out of equilibrium, always in danger, because opposed to the essential nature of men, that unconquerable nature, which has always been broken and will always break in its own time these systems of bondage. Picture also the horde of countless officials who would form a bureaucratic, all-powerful army, vast as that which exists in Russia, and probably as corrupt, for the same reason, because only able to fulfill their task if allowed to have supreme, unquestioned power. Always engaged in spying, restraining, and repressing, for every monotonously repeating as if they governed a nursery, quote, "Don't, you mustn't," end quote. And then picture imprisoned under the bureaucratic caste of a nation in dispirited ciphers, who would be as peevish, discontented, and quarrelsome as shut-up children, because shut off by an iron fence from all the stimulating influences of free life, and forbidden, as if it were a crime, to exercise their faculties according to their own interests and inclinations. Picture also the ludicrous pettiness that would run through the whole thing. As a French writer, Leroy Bollier, wittedly said, "It would be a great state question, ever recurring to trouble the safety of the trembling, quavering system, whether or no a wife should be allowed to mend the trousers of her husband. Who could exercise and lay to rest that insoluble problem? For if the wife were once allowed to perform this bit of useful household duty, might not the whole wicked unsocialistic trade of working for others in return for their sixpences and shillings come flowing back with irresistible force? Such is the small game that you are obliged to hunt. Such are the minute pitiful necessities to which you are obliged to stoop. When once you construct these great state machineries and take upon yourself, in your amazing and ignorant presumption, to interfere with the natural activities of human existence, see also another truth. There are few greater injuries that can be inflicted on you than taking out of your hands the great services that apply your wants. Why? Because the healing virtue that belongs to all these great services, education, religion, the winning of lands and houses, the securing greater comfort and refinement and amusement in your lives, lies in the winning of these things for yourselves by your own exertions, through your own skill, your own courage, your friendly cooperation one with another, your integrity in your common dealings, your unconquerable self-reliance and confidence in your own powers of doing. This winning, these efforts, are the great lessons in lifelong education that lasts from childhood to the grave. And when learnt, they are learnt not for yourselves alone, but for your children and your children's children. They are the steps and the only steps up to the higher levels. You can't be carried to those higher levels on the shoulders of others. The politician is like those who boasted to have the keys of earth and heaven in their pockets. Vainest of all vain pretenses, the keys both of heaven and earth lie in your own pocket. It is only you, the free individuals, who can unlock the great door. All these great wants and services are the means by which we acquire the great qualities which spell victory. They are the means by which we become raised and changed in ourselves, and by which, as we are changed, we change and remark all the circumstances of our lives. Each victory so gained prepares the way for the next victory, and makes the next victory the easier, for we not only have the sense of success in our hearts, but we have begun to acquire the qualities on which it depends. On the other hand, the more of his ready-made institutions the politician thrusts upon you, the weaker, the more incapable you become. just because the great qualities are not called out and exercised. Why should they be called out? There is no need for them. Their practice ground is taken away, and they simply lie idle, rusting, and at last ceasing to be. Tie up your right hand for 3 months, and what happens? The muscles will have wasted, and your hand will have lost its cunning and its force. So it is with all mental and moral qualities. Given time enough, and a politician with his restless scheming brain and his clumsy hands would enfeeble and spoil a nation of the best and truest workers. He is powerless to help you. He can only stand in your way and prevent your doing. Refuse then to put your faith in mere machinery, in party organizations, in acts of parliament, in great unwieldy systems, which treat good and bad, the careful and careless, the striving and the indifferent, on the same plan, and which on account of their vast and cumbrous size, their complexity, their official central management, pass entirely out of your control. Refuse to be spoon-fed, drugged and dosed by the politicians. They are not leading you towards the promised land, but further and further away from it. If the world could be saved by the men of words and the machine makers, it would have been saved long ago. Nothing is easier than to make machinery. You may have any quantity of it on order in a few months. Nothing is easier than to appoint any number of officials. Unluckily, the true fight is of another and much sterner kind. And the victory comes of our own climbing of the hills, not by sitting in the plain, with folded hands, watching those others who profess to do our business for us. Do you think it likely or reasonable? Do you think it fits in with and agrees with your daily experiences of this fighting, working world of ours? That you could take your chair in the politician's shop and order across his counter so much prosperity and progress and happiness, just as you might order cotton goods by the piece of wheat. Just as you might order cotton goods by the piece or wheat by the quarter. There we go. Be brave and clear-sighted, and face the stern but wholesome truth that it is only you with your own hands, you with your own unconquerable resolve, without any dependence on others, without any of these childish and mischievous party struggles, which are perhaps a little more exciting than cricket, or football, or even bridge to some of us, but a good deal more profitless to the nation than digging holes in the earth, than filling them up again. Without any use of force, without any oppression of each other, without any of these blind, reckless attempts to humiliate and defeat those who hold different beliefs from ourselves, and who desire to follow different methods from those which we follow, without any division of the nation into 2, 3 or more hostile camps, ever inspired with dread and hatred of each other. It is only you, yourselves, fighting with the good, pure, honest weapons of persuasion and example, of sympathy and friendly cooperation. It is only you, calling out in yourselves the great qualities, and flinging away all the meaner things, the strifes, the hates, the jealousies, the mere love of fighting and conquering. It is only you, treading in the blessed path of peace and freedom, who can bring about the true regeneration of society, and with it the true happiness of your own lives. And through it all, avoid that favorite, that much-loved snare of the politician, by which he ever seeks to rivet his hold upon you. Refuse to attack and weaken in any manner the full rights of property. You, who are workers, could not inflict on your own selves a more fatal injury. Property is the great and good inducement that will call out your efforts and energies for the remaking of the present form of society. Deprive property of its full value and attractiveness, and we shall all become stuff only fit to make the helpless, incapable crowd that the socialist so deeply admires and hopes to so easily control. But it is not only for the sake of the quote-unquote magic of property, its power to call out the qualities of industry and saving. It is above all because you cannot weaken the rights of property without diminishing, without injuring that first and greatest of all possessions, human liberty. It is for that supreme reason that we must resist every attempt of the politician to buy votes by generously giving away the property that does not belong to him. The control of his own property by the individual and the liberty of the individual can never be separated from each other. They must stand or fall together. Property, when earned, is the product of faculties and results from their free exercise, and, when inherited, represents the full right of a man, free from all imaginary and usurped control of others, to deal as he likes with his own. Destroy the rights of property, and you will also destroy both the material and the moral foundations of liberty. To all men and women, rich or poor, belong their own faculties, and as consequence, equally belongs to them that they can honestly gain in free and open competition through the exercise of those faculties. It is idle to talk of freedom and, whilst the word is on one's lips, to attack property. He who attacks property joins the camp of those who wish to keep some men in subjection to the will of others. You cannot break down any of the defenses of liberty. You cannot weaken liberty at any one point without weakening it at all points. Liberty means refusing to allow some men to use the state to compel other men to serve their interests or their opinions. And at whatever point we allow this servitude to exist, we weaken or destroy in men's minds the sacredness of the principle, which must be, as regards all actions, all relations, our universal bond. But it is not only for the sake of liberty, though it is far the greater and higher reason, it is also for the sake of your own material progress, that you, the workers, must resolutely reject all interference with, all mutilations of the rights or of property. For the moment, the large part of existing property belongs to the richer classes, but it will not be so as soon as ever you, the workers, take out of the hands of the politicians and into your own hands the task of carving out your own fortunes. The working body of the people must no longer be content, not for a single day, to be the property-less class. In every city and town and village they must form their associations for gaining of property. They must put their irresistible pence and shillings together, and so that, step by step, effort upon effort, they may become the owners of land, of farms, of houses, of shops, of mills, and trading ships. They must take shares in the great well-managed trading companies and railways until the time comes, as their capital increases, when they will be able to become the owners at first of small trading concerns established by themselves, and then later of larger and more important concerns. They must, for all reasons, the best and the second best, become the owners of property. Without property, no class can take its true place in the nation. They must devote much of their resolution and self-denial to the steady, persistent heaping together of the pence and shillings for this purpose. As they become possessed of property, they will see a definite goal lying before themselves, one good and useful ambition ever succeeding to another. The old dreary hopelessness will disappear. They will gain in power and influence. The difference between classes will disappear. They will break the enfeebling and corrupting influence of the politicians. What influence would remain to the man of words if he could no longer offer gratis, in return for nothing but votes, the property of others, without any greater exertion on the part of the people than marking their voting papers in his favor? And with the acquiring of property, the workers will also acquire the qualities that the management of property brings with it, whilst they add a new interest, a new meaning to their lives. We appeal to the many thousands of strong, capable, self-denying men that are to be found among us. Is the gaining of property only a dream? Is the thing so very difficult, so far out of your reach? Say that 1 million men and women begin tomorrow to subscribe 1 halfpenny a week. Who would miss that magical halfpenny, which is to transform so many things? At the end of the year, you will have a fund of over 100,000 pennies to start, 100,000 pounds to start with, or whatever. Not, we think, a bad beginning for the great campaign. In many cases, the property, such as land and houses, that you would so acquire, you would probably rent or redistribute or remunerative but easy terms to your own members. In the case of workers in towns, you would be able to allow those of your members who desired rest and change to work for a time on your farms, and you would also be able to make a holiday ground and common meeting place of some farm that belonged to you, and that could easily be reached by that true instrument of social progress for men and women, the bicycle. Many will be the new forms of health and comfort and amusement that will become possible to you. When once you steadily determine to pile the pence and the shillings together for becoming owners of property, and when once you have put your hand to this good work, you must not relax your efforts until you have become, as you will become before many years have passed, the greatest of property holders in the nation. All is possible to you if you resolutely fling away from you the incitements to strife, the tamperings with liberty and individual property, and pile up the pence and shillings for the acquiring of your own property. Resist, therefore, all reckless, unthinking appeals made to you to deprive the great prize of any part of its attractions. If you surround property with state restrictions, interfere with free trade in any part of the open market, interfere with free contract, make compulsory arrangements for tenant and landowner, allow the present burdens of rate and tax to discourage ownership and penalize improvements, you will weaken the motives for acquiring property and blunt the edge of those most powerful material instrument that exists for your own advancement. Only remember, as we have said, that great as is your material interest in safeguarding the rights of individual property, yet higher and greater are and ever will be the moral reasons that forbid our sanctioning any attack upon it, or our suffering state burdens and restrictions and impediments to grow round it. True liberty, as we said, cannot exist apart from the full rights of property, for property is, so to speak, only the crystallized form of free faculties. They take the name of liberty in vain. They do not understand its nature. Who would allow the state, or what goes by the name of the state, the worthy 18 or 20 men who govern us, to play with property? Everything that is surrounded with state restrictions, everything that is state mutilated, everything taxed and burdened, loses its best value. It can no longer call out our energies and efforts in their full force. Preserve, then, at its best and strongest, the magic of property. Leave to it all the stimulating and transforming virtues. It is only one of the great master keys that open the door to all that in a material sense you rightly and proudly wish to be and to do. Many other points remain. We can only touch here on a few of them. Keep clear of both political parties until one of them seriously, earnestly, with deep conviction, pledges itself to the cause of personal liberty. At present they are both of them opportunist, seeking power, rejecting fixed principles. It is true that we owe great debts to the Liberal party in the past, but at present it is deserting its own best traditions, ceasing to guide and inspire people, fighting the downhill, not the uphill battles, and intent on playing the great game. Someday, as we may hope, it may refine its better self and breathe again the spirit of true exalted leadership, and regardless of its own fortunes for the hours placed itself openly on the side of Mr. Spencer's, that's Herbert Spencer, quote, wildest possible liberty, end quote. But today, both parties mean anything or nothing. They represent only too often mere scrambling, mere lust for power. It is true that one or other of the two parties may mean to you some of the things that you yourselves mean, but it will also mean a great many things that you do not mean. They both believe in subjecting some men to the will of other men and using the state as the instrument of universal force, and you cannot rightly take your place in their ranks or fight with them. Having nothing to do with the scramble for power. Have nothing to do with the scramble for power. Hold on your own course and stand foursquare to all the winds. Pick out your boldest and most resolute men and fight every by-election. Don't fight to win, but fight to teach and inspire. The more resolutely you stand on your own ground, the more men on both parties who begin to see the worthlessness and the mischief of these party conflicts and the growing danger of using force will come to you and join your small army. Few as you are today, you are stronger than the huge ill-assorted crowds, representing many conflicting opinions, that stand opposed to you. For no one can measure the strength that a great and true cause, devotedly followed, gives to those who consistently serve it. Fight the battle of liberty at every point. Give your best help to those who are resisting municipal trading, or resisting interference with homework, or resisting the placing of power in the hands of the medical or any other profession. You must not confer any form of authority or monopoly on any profession. You must not give to any of them the power to force their services upon us. Let every profession that will organize itself and make rules for its own members, but we, the public, must remain free in every respect to take or to leave what they offer to us. The monopolies that they all so dearly love are fatal to their own efficiency and to their own higher qualities, as well as full of danger to the public. We all lose our best perceptions. We all become intellectually hidebound. We all begin to believe that the public exists for us, exists for our professional purposes, whenever we are protected by a monopoly. In the same way, never hand over any question to be decided by those who are called experts. The knowledge of the experts is very useful and valuable, but wisdom and discernment and well-balanced judgment are different things from knowledge. They do not always keep company. Knowledge is great. Someone has written, but prejudice is greater. The experts are excellent as advisors, but never as authoritative judges, allowed to stand between the public and the questions that affect its interest. The real service that the experts can perform for us is to place their knowledge in the clearest and simplest form before us all, and to explain their reasons for advising a certain course. There is no limit to the mistakes that the most learned men may make when they are allowed to deliver judgment behind closed doors, when they are not called upon to submit their reasons to open discussion and to justify publicly the counsels that they offer. Strive also to make this great empire of ours an instrument of help and usefulness and friendliness for the whole world. It is a great world trust placed in our hands that we must interpret in no selfish and narrow, and no boastful and vainglorious spirit. Cast away all the tawdry and sordid dreams of an empire stronger than all other nations, but let it rest on the one true foundation of peace and friendship. And as far as lies with you of free intercourse between all nations, an empire of equal generous rights, with no privileges reserved for any of us, so, and only so, shall this great empire endure, saved from the fate that has so justly swept away all the other great empires that were founded on meaner and more selfish conceptions. Have nothing to do with this pitiful, cowardly, un-English war against the aliens. Even if your interests should seem to suffer for a while, which there is strong reason for believing would not be the case, we ask you to make this sacrifice for the sake of the liberty of all, even the poorest, and for the sake of the proud traditions of our race. Unswerving, disinterested devotion to the principle of universal liberty and to those noble traditions that have always opened the gates of this country to the suffering and oppressed will far, far outbalance any hurt that may for a time result from the presence with us the suffering and oppressed. Plead always that there should be no unworthy exceptions. All such exceptions are bad in themselves and have the bad habit of becoming the rule. The temper of timorous selfishness that would exclude any aliens, that would treat any natives as different from our own flesh and blood, is our real danger, the danger that threatens our true greatness. Indulge that temper in any one direction, and you will presently encourage it to become the evil genius of the nation. Lastly, let us all work together to soften and improve the relations of capital and labor. War between capital and labor is only too like the unreasonable and disastrous war between nations, or between parties in a nation. All war is a crime, and, as all crimes are, a mischievous folly. In almost all cases, a mere outburst of childness. Everywhere we have to learn the wise art of pulling in friendly, forbearing fashion with each other, and not against each other. Everywhere we have to learn to abandon the useless, wasteful, brutal methods of war, and to enter the blessed and fruitful paths of peace. Is there any war of any kind that might not have been avoided by better temper, more patience, and a stronger love of peace? Is there any war, excepting on very rare occasions the wars to repel invasion or the attacking of great human rights, that in the end has not brought disappointment and sorrow and bitter fruits of its own as much or even more to the nation that was successful as to the nation that was unsuccessful? And who profits from these great labor contests and the stirring of hurtful passions that goes with them? Friendship, friendly cooperation, the making of common cause for common ends are the true ends to be aimed at between labor and capital. And each contest makes the good day of reconciliation more difficult, puts it further and further from us. We cannot choose in this great matter. There is only one way. We must be friends. Nothing less than honest, heartfelt friendship will mend the old evils and make the happier future. As we asked, who profits by these contests? If you, the workers, win today, the capitalists organize themselves tomorrow more strongly than before. If the capitalists win, the workers in the same way strengthen their fighting forces. And so, just as between nations, runs forever the vicious circle. And as with the nations, so our labor strife is not only lost and wasted, but it fatally injures both sides alike, both the conquerors and the conquered. Let us then love and honor peace, cling to her, open our hearts to her, make sacrifices for her, bear and forbear for her sake. Place her great ends before everything else, and resolve that, as far as lies with us, her happy reign shall at last be established over the whole land. Peace, always hand in hand with her great twin sister Liberty, not only represents the higher meaning of our moral life, but also, like liberty, represents the greatest material interest that the workers have. Their industry and skill will never bear their full fruits as long as we cling to war and the destructive methods of force. Capital and labor, like the rest of us, must obey the great moral law and tread in the path of peace and friendship. It is their duty, as it is the duty of all of us in the other relations of life, worthy of every effort, of all patience and sacrifice on our part. Only with peace can the true prosperity come. With peace and friendship, trade and enterprise would develop a much more vigorous life and find for themselves many new directions. Nothing limits enterprise so fatally, and with it the employment of the workers, as the dissensions and quarrels between capital and labor. With peace and friendship, not only does more and more capital flow into trade and production, but new enterprises are confidently undertaken in every direction. And then, as the consequence, wages rise in the one true healthy manner, with the security that peace brings, capital bidding against capital, and the capitalist accepting lower profits. All insecurity, all disturbance of trade relations must be paid for, and they are paid for by the worker. For insecurity and uncertainty means that a higher rate of profit is necessary to tempt the investment of capital lying idle, and therefore necessarily results in lower wages. Reorganize then your trade societies on a peace basis, or establish new unions on that basis. Preserve your independence, but do all in your power to enter into friendly alliances with capital. Remember that friendship is the true triumph of good sense and wise temper. Strife is the indulgence of the undisciplined, the childish part of our nature. Form associations in which both the workers and the capitalists would be represented, where they would meet and take common action as friends, working together to make the conditions of labor better, more comfortable, more sanitary, and using every peace expedient to remove difficulties as they arise. If times of depression come and wages fall low, use the common fund to draft away some of the workers. Find temporary employment for them on the farms and lands that you will acquire as your own. Start workshops of your own, which in some cases might provide articles of home use and comfort for your members. And let your unemployed members in turn receive a grant to enable them to spend their unoccupied time usefully in study and education. At present, an unoccupied workman wastes time and temper during a slack time. Like his own tools, he rusts and deteriorates with them. Why should that be so? Have your own classes and day schools, and let the unoccupied men turn the time to golden use. But through it all, even if you strike, refuse as a matter of principle, as faithful followers of liberty in everything, to use any of the old bad methods of force. If, after every effort, after attempting mediation and arbitration, you cannot agree about wages with the employers, and if you think it wise and right and necessary to do so, throw up your work. But if there are those who will take the wage that you are unwilling to take, let them do so, without let or hindrance. It is their right, and we must never deny or fight against a human right for the sake of what seems to be our interest of the moment. We say what seems to be, for in the end you will gain far more by clinging faithfully to the methods of peace and respect for the rights of others than by allowing yourselves to use the force that always calls out force in reply, always brings its own far-reaching hurtful consequences for the sake of the advantage or victory of the moment. Once be tempted to use force, and force will become your master, your tyrant, tempting you again and again to seek its aid and to enter its service. No man employs force today without being easily persuaded to use it once more tomorrow, and then again the next day. There are, in all that we do, only two ways: the way of peace and cooperation, the way of force and strife. Can you hesitate between them? Do not good sense and right sense plead for the one and against the other? Set yourselves then to discover and practice every conciliatory method wherever practicable. Become share owners and partners in the concerns where you labor, and make it your pride to join hands frankly with the employers, wiping out forever the old disastrous war feeling that has brought so much useless suffering and loss with it. Remember also, as another great and vital interest, to keep a free and open market in everything. Only so again can you get the fullest return of your labor. High wages are of little profit when prices rule high, and production becomes a dull monopoly, benumbing the best energies of the producers. Under a monopoly, we all grow stupid, unperceiving, apathetic, given up to routine. Leave all traders free to bring to your door the best articles that the world produces at the lowest cost. If they are better and cheaper than what you produce, there will be the truest incentive for greater exertions both on your part and on the capitalist's part. It is only the coward's policy to kneel down in the dust and wail and confess inferiority as regards to producers of other nations. Take up the challenge bravely, from whatever quarter it comes. Improve method and process and machinery. Above all, improve the relations between capital and labor. On that, more perhaps than on anything else, industrial victory depends. Be willing to learn from all, of any country, who have anything useful to teach. Never be tempted to build Chinese walls for your protection and to go indolently to sleep behind them. Your system of free trade is another great world trust placed in your hands. You must stand before all nations holding a bright and shining light, that if you are true to the great destiny of our country, you will never allow to be dimmed or extinguished. Mr. Cobden spoke the truth when he said that you would convert the other nations to your own brave way of competition. Only he did not allow enough for all the reactionary influences, the narrow, unenlightened so-called patriotism, the timidities of some of the traders, and their desire to take their ease comfortably, and not to overexert themselves, so long as they could compel the public to buy at their own price, and to accept their own standard of good workmanship. The warlike emperors, the chauvinists of all countries, the extravagant spendings with the resulting difficulties of getting blood from a stone, and the temptation of scrapping revenue together in any mischievous fashion that offered itself. The party intrigues, the effort to discover something that would serve as an attractive policy, the unavowed purpose of some politicians, living for party and keen for power, to bind a large part of the people by the worst of bonds to their side by means of a huge and corrupt money interest. But the consequences of protection are fighting their battle everywhere on the side of free trade, as the consequences of folly and blindness always fight on the side of the better things. And if we remain faithful to our great trust, will in their due time fulfill Mr. Cobden's words. The high prices and dear living, the harassing interferences with trade, the rings and corners, the trickeries and corruption, that all tread so close on the heels of protection, the wild extravagance, the domineering, insolent attitude of the state-made monopolists, the ever-growing power of the governments to go their own way, where they can gather vast sums of money so easily through their unseen tax collectors. The ever-spreading socialism that is only protection made universal. All these things are preaching their eloquent lesson and slowly preparing the way in other countries for free trade. Sooner or later, the world, after years of bitter experience, learns to unmask all the imposter systems that have traded on its hopes and passions and fears. The thin coating wears off, and the baser metal betrays itself underneath. So it will fare with the protection that asks you to be credulous enough to tie up your left hand in order that your right hand may work more profitably. It is true that in protected countries, the wages of the workers may be pushed up higher than in the case of the free trade countries, but life will remain harder and more difficult. Why? Because, as we have said, prices rule so high, corners and combinations flourish, trickery and corruption find their opportunity, more vultures of every kind flock to the feast. And with the feast of the vultures, the burden of rates and taxes becomes intolerable. The whole thing hangs together. Establish freedom and open competition in everything, and all forms of trade and enterprise, all relations of men to each other, tend to become healthy and vigorous, pure and clean. The better and more efficient forms, as they do throughout nature's world, slowly displacing the inefficient forms. It must be so, for in the fair, open fight, the good always tend to win over the bad. If only you restrain all interferences of force. It is so with freedom everywhere and in all things. Freedom begets the conflict. The conflict begets the good and helpful qualities, and the good and helpful qualities win their own victory. They must do so, for they are in themselves stronger, more energetic, more efficient than the forces, the trickeries, the corruptions, the timidities, the selfishness to which they are opposed. The same truth rules our good and bad habits. Only keep the field open and allow the fair fight, and the bad at last must yield to the good. Sooner or later, the time comes when the clearer-sighted, the more rightly judging few denounce some evil habit that exists. Gradually, their influence and example act on others in ever-widening circles, until many men grow ashamed of what they have so long done, and the habit is abandoned. Such is the universal law of progress, which prevails in everything, so long as we allow the free open fight between all good and evil. But in order that the good may prevail, there must be life and vigor in the people. And this can only be where freedom exists. If freedom does not exist, if life and vigor have died, then protection, whatever its form, cannot prevent. It can only put off for a short time the inevitable ruin and disaster. Nations only continue to exist as long as they keep in themselves the great simple virtues. As we have seen again and again, they go to pieces and yield their places to others when once the fatal corruption takes root in their character. Corruption can only be fought by liberty with its strengthening, raising, purifying influences. Protection that is artificial in its nature, protection that rests upon force, always means, if long enough continued, failure and death in the end. For it prevents our developing the qualities which can alone enable us to keep our place in a world that never stands still. As Mr. Darwin pointed out so clearly, those races of plants and animals which for a time were protected by mountains or desert or an arm of the sea, were doomed to fail when at last they came into competition with the unprotected forms. So it is with us men. If you wish to understand the deadly influences of protection, if you wish for a practical example, look carefully at all the distorted and perverted growths of trade enterprise that exist in some protected countries. The unwholesome combinations, the universal selfish scramble, the poisonous mixture of politics and trade influences, the use of the state power to watch over and favor great moneyed monopolies, the long endurance of the public that tolerates the vilest things at the hands of its politicians, and you will realize how deadly is every form of protection, that resting on force sends us to sleep, and how vital is the liberty that forever fights the evil by opposing it to the good, that never sleeps, that is always stirring us into new forms of doing and resisting, and forever tends to make the better take the place of the good. There is only one true form of protection, and that is universal liberty with its ceaseless striving and effort. Strongly as we are opposed to the protectionists who whitewash their creed under the name of tariff reform, it is fair to remember one plea on their behalf. They have only one true grievance. As long as the present extravagant spending goes on in its compulsory fashion, they may fairly complain that the income taxpayers are likely to be unjustly treated. The remedy does not lie in extending our compulsory system of taking from the public, but in limiting it, in presently transforming it into voluntary giving. Under our compulsory system, free trade will never be a safe possession. It is with us today. It will be lost tomorrow. If we were pushed again into a war, as we were pushed headlong into the Boer War, just because one statesman got into a temper, shut his eyes, and put his head down, and another statesman looked sorrowfully on, like the gods of Olympus, smiling at the follies of the human race, we should at once hear the double cry ringing in our ears for conscription and protection. Conscription to force us to fight with our conscience or against our conscience. Protection to force us to pay for what we might look on as a crime and a folly. You may be sure that free trade will sooner or later be swept away, unless we go boldly forward in its own spirit, in its own direction, and destroy the compulsory character of taxation. There lies the stronghold of all war and strife and oppression of each other. As long as compulsory taxation lasts, in other words, giving power to some men to use other men against their beliefs and their interests, liberty will be but a mocking phrase. Between liberty and compulsory taxation, there is no possible reconciliation. It is a struggle of life and death between the two. That which is free and that which is bound can never long keep company. Sooner or later, one of the two must prevail over the other. If a war came, conservative ministers would see their great opportunity, and with rapture of heart would fasten round us the two chains that they dearly love, conscription and protection. Liberal ministers would sorrowfully shake their heads, wring their hands, utter a last pathetic tribute to liberty and free trade, and with handkerchiefs to their eyes would take the same course. If you mean to secure the great victory just gained for free trade, you must go boldly and resolutely on in the same good path. Dangers lie strewn around you on every side. There is no security for what you have gained, but in pressing forward. There is one and only one way of permanently saving free trade, and that is to sweep away all the compulsory system in which we are entangled. And now place before yourselves the picture of the nation that, not simply out of self-interest, but for right's sake and in conscience sake, took to its heart the great cause of true liberty, and was determined that all men and women should be left free to guide themselves and take charge of their own lives. That was determined to oppress and persecute and restrain the actions of no single person in order to serve any interest or any opinion of any class advantage. That flung out of its hands the bad instrument of force, using force only for its one clear, simple, and rightful purpose of restraining all acts of force and fraud. committed by one citizen against another, of safeguarding the lives, the actions, the property of all, and thus making a fair open field for all honest effort. Think, under the influence of liberty and her twin sister peace, for they are inseparably bound together, neither existing without the other, how our character as a people would grow nobler and at the same time softer and more generous. Think how the old useless enmities and jealousies and strivings would die out. How the unscrupulous politician would become a reformed character, hardly recognizing his old self in his new and better self. How men of all classes would learn to cooperate together for every kind of good and useful purpose. How, as the results of this free cooperation, innumerable ties of friendship and kindliness would spring up amongst us all of every class and condition, when we no longer sought to humble and crush each other, but invited all who were willing to work freely with us. How much truer and more real would be the campaign against the besetting vices and weaknesses of our nature, when we sought to change that nature, not simply to tie men's hands and restrain external action, no longer setting up and establishing in all parts of life that poor, weak motive, the fear of punishment, those clumsily useless penalties, evaded and laughed at by the cunning, that have never yet turned sinner into saint. How we would rediscover in ourselves the good, vigorous stuff that lies hidden there, the power to plan, to dare, and to do, how we should see in clearer light our duty towards other nations, and fulfill more faithfully our great world trust. How we should cease to be a people divided into 3 or 4 quarrelsome, unscrupulous factions, ready to sacrifice all the great things to their intense desire for power, and grow into a people really one in heart and mind, because we frankly recognized the right to differ, the right of each one to choose his own path, because we respected and cherished the will, the intelligence, the free choice of others, as much as we respect and cherish these things in ourselves. And we're resolved never to trample, for the sake of any plea, for any motive, on the higher parts of human nature, resolved that, come storm or sunshine, we would not falter in our allegiance to liberty and her sister peace, that we would do all, dare all, and suffer all, if need be, for their sake. Then at last the regeneration of society would begin. The real promised land, not the imaginary land of vain and mocking desires, would be in sight. And for now, the practical measures that we must set before ourselves. Number 1. So far as force is concerned, we must use state force only to protect ourselves against those who would employ force or fraud, using it to safeguard all public and private property, and to repel, if a real necessity arises, the foreign aggressor. We must employ force simply as the servant of liberty, and under the strongest conditions that liberty would impose upon it. We must refuse utterly and in everything to employ it so as to deprive the innocent and unaggressive citizen of his own will and self-guidance. We must place limits upon every form of compulsory taxation. This is number 2, Number 2. We must place limits upon every form of compulsory taxation until we are strong enough to destroy it finally and completely, and to transform it into a system of voluntary giving. Under that voluntary system alone can a nation live in peace and friendship and work together happily and profitably for common ends. In voluntary taxation, we shall find the one true form of lifelong education which will teach us to act together, creating innumerable kindly ties between us, all which will call out the truest and most generous qualities of our best citizens, doubling and trebling their energies as they find themselves working for their own beliefs and ideas, and no longer used as the mere tools and creatures of others. which will slowly bring under the influence of the better citizens, the selfish, and the indifferent, teaching them too to share in public movements and common efforts, which will multiply those differences of method, those experiments made from new points of view, experiments upon which all progress depends, and replacing the great clumsy universal systems which treat good and bad alike, which are mere developments of the official mind, and escape entirely from the control of those whose interests they are supposed to exist, which will call into life again the proud feeling of self-help and independence which belongs to this nation of ours, and which the politician has done so much to weaken and destroy. The great choice lies before you. No nation stands still. It must move in one direction or another. Either the state must grow in power, imposing new burdens and compulsions, and the nation sink lower and lower into a helpless quarreling crowd, or the individual must gain his own rightful freedom, become master of himself, creature of none, confident in himself and in his own qualities, confident in his power to plan and to do, and determined to end this old world, profitless, and worn-out system of restrictions and compulsions, which is not good or healthy even for the children. Once we realize the waste and the folly of the striving against each other, once we feel in our hearts that the worst use to which we can turn human energies is gaining victories over each other, then we shall at last begin in true earnest to turn the wilderness into a garden, and to plant all the best and fairest of all of the flowers, where now only the nettles and the briars grow. We wish it to be understood that we who sign this paper are in agreement with its general spirit, reserving our own judgment on special points. The end. This has been a special presentation for Voluntaryist Academy. My name is James Cordiner, and the music featured at the beginning is an artist named Brendan Daniel, and he can be found on Instagram at Brendan Daniel Music. Link in the show notes currently for voluntaristacademy.com. If you appreciated this live production, head on over to voluntaristacademy.com to learn how you can support this channel. If you want to learn how to break out on your own and become more than you ever thought you could be, there's a link in the show notes for getautonomy.info. Autonomy is a 12-week course taught by Richard Grove of Tragedy and Hope. In this course, you will learn all the skills you need to learn to be independent, to be more entrepreneurial, and to really bring your vision to life, and to figure out what type of skills you may have that you may not even know you have, so you can be more autonomous. Thank you again for this platform. Thank you again for tuning in. And remember, like I've always said on this channel, you own yourself, period. You cannot own other people. No one else can truly own you. You are nobody's slave. You are inherently free. And it's up to us to step into that freedom and to say no to the tyrants. I guess I could have gone back to the full screen there. So anyways, everybody out there that tuned in for this, thank you very much. And I'll catch you on the flip side.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism, with great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.